Hello. Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask everyone to find a seat. We are about to start this day. Wonderful. Good morning. Good morning, dearest Creative Flip friends, partners, and colleagues. Here at La Tricoterie, but also online on the live streaming. Everything will also be recorded and available afterwards on our website. Welcome to today's final conference of Creative Flip Phase 4 with the title Flip Together, Imagining Creative Futures. My name is Charlotte Jeri. I'm the project manager of Creative Flip, and I'm working at the Goethe-Institut here in Brussels. Creative Flip has started in 2019 as an initiative of the European Parliament. Ever since, the goal has remained the same: to strengthen the resilience of culture and creative actors and the ecosystem as a whole. We especially focused on 5 key policy areas: finance, learning, cross-sector collaboration, innovation, working condition, and finance. We are here today not just to close the 4th phase of Creative Flip, but also the project as a whole after 7.5 years of collaboration and partnerships. We hope that you all have found one of those little purses on the chairs. These purses have been upcycled from previous flip-around roll-ups. So it's a little piece of, let's say, history of Flip in your hands. Today we have a very packed and inspiring program prepared for you. We therefore kindly ask already at the start to stick to the allocated times, especially also during breaks, as otherwise we will run in huge delays. But before we dive into the program of panel discussions and presentations today, I would like to join me on stage Giovanni Sabelli Fioretti. He is a dance researcher from Italy, and Martina Ciochnacka, who is a creative coder based in Germany right now. They represent their project, Artists and Moving Artists, which has been kind of created under Creative Flip.
Hello, everybody. Thanks a lot for having us here. I'm Giovanni. I'm the artistic director and choreographer of Peripezie Urbane. Peripezie Urbane is a dance company based in Milan, which was born in 2005. And we are very interested in how dance and digital media can work together, like the interweaving of dance and digital media.
Hello, good morning, and I am Martina. I am a creative technologist, creative coder, and a developer, and I work with code as my material. I create installations, websites, and many other things with using code. And together we created a project called Moving Others, which Giovanni will introduce.
Please wait scanning this code, because this is the second part of the of our presentation. We are gonna do some more interactive presentation today. Okay, thanks. Moving Others was a dance piece that we created last year, and it draws on a previous piece which is called Mother, investigating the relationship between the embodied intelligence and artificial intelligence. In this second part, Moving Others, we decided to give the audience a bit of an agency towards the performance, so that audience could impact and influence how some part of the performance would go on. So basically, we are talking about choreographic patterns that we developed together with the 3 dancers, lighting, sound, and animation that you will see later on. So I hand over to Martina for some more technical explanation about that. And then you can scan the code.
From the technological perspective, I created a WebSocket, which is a protocol that allows connection between a browser and our computer. So we created a little survey to check how the audience is doing on a given day. And results from the survey were calculated, then displayed, and then they were affecting the chapter of the performance. So like Giovanni mentioned, the music, sound, and the choreography. And I guess we can show you, instead of me talking, we can show you how it works, and you can scan the code, and there should be an app, a little website on your phone with some questions. The answers should show, now we could switch to our screen. Oh yeah, the answers should show here. It's anonymous, so and then we will show you the results. So we'll give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, while you answer the poll and the answers are coming in, you will see it's of course anonymous, and this is also was also part of the performance, so the audience could see the answers coming in, but also the performers could see the answers coming in. I forgot to mention that we had the chance to work within Flip Creative in a weekly residency that we had in Milan with Martina. And later on, the piece was produced, of course, by the dance company Peripezie Urbane, and by thanks to the funding of Berliner Senate. So you're still answering. This would be a very nice audience to work with because lots of people. Yeah, and then we would stop the survey and start calculating the answer, the poll results. Still some answering. Yeah, we can maybe stop that. Okay, the machine is calculating, and you will have now a glimpse into the atmosphere of this audience. What are the main what is the main sentiment of this audience right now? Okay, so you're feeling mainly curious, you trust your eyes. If you were a machine, you would like to connect. What drives you is desire, which is very nice. And last question is, if you were something else, like another kind of being, you would still be a human. I prefer octopus, but anyway. Okay, in this moment, the dancer would see the results. The animation would also kind of change. Maybe Martina can tell something about that, and the choreographic pattern would change accordingly. This would be the second half of the performance. You can, yeah.
So as you can see, this is us now in the camera. We had cameras on the stage, and so the animations were affected by the answers, just like the lighting and the music. And throughout the ending performance, we would also keep the animations in this way. So it was kind of half animated, half live danced on the screen. But again, maybe we can show you the trailer, the little teaser of the performance, how it looked like in the whole piece. So, 1 second.
It's there. Yep. It's on the right side. Sorry, there's no audio. There's no sound.
Yeah, there were so many aspects of the performance that we forgot to mention that there was also artificial intelligence, stream diffusion, which was a live video generation, also based on the dance and on the performers. But yeah, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martina and Giovanni, for this little interaction with AI. I think this also shows how AI can also be beneficial for, in this example, the performing arts sector. We are now moving on to some key institutions who have been responsible in implementing Creative Flip over the past years to give us a warm welcome. We will start with the European Commissioner for Intergenerational Fairness, Youth, Culture and Sport, Clem Micallef. Please join me on stage.
I'm not this tall, huh? So good morning, everyone. You know, most of the time we talk about the future as if it were something distant, or as if it were something that's waiting for us around the corner. But when you see performances like these, like what we've just watched, it's as if we're just looking at the future unfolding right before our eyes. And we see dancers, technology, and we see audiences together on the same stage. And to a certain extent, these performances, what we see, raise questions which are very similar to the ones that we face as a continent today. How do we use technology without losing humanity? How do we embrace innovation without losing or whilst protecting creativity? And how do we ensure that these new tools can expand cultural expression? These questions are amongst the main reasons why I came here today to celebrate the work and the outcomes of Creative Flip. This is a project that's recognized from very early on in the initial phases that technological change would require new skills, new partnerships, and new approaches. And over the years, it created spaces which are crucial for experimentation. It connected people. And the thing I like the most is that it focused on practical solutions. And here I would like to give a shout out to the Creatives Unite platform, which is a meeting place and has been a meeting place for thousands of creatives across Europe, and the cross-sectorial Pioneers program, which has helped to make performances like the ones that we've seen today possible. These are achievements that send strong signals that Europe's creative community is, as it has been for many years, ready to evolve, resilient, ready to experiment, to collaborate, and more importantly, to shape the future rather than to react to it. So I wanted to spend the next few minutes of my intervention by focusing on 2 points. The first is direction, and the second point, which is the tougher, but for me the more important one, delivery. Let's start with direction. Last year, the European Commission adopted the Culture Compass for Europe. We are living in a period where we're facing rapid change. Technological, environmental, geopolitical change, which makes the provision of a detailed map of the future quite impossible. But we can provide direction. We can provide a shared understanding of what we want to fight for, a shared commitment to the role that culture should play in our common future. Above all, this compass recognizes something that many of you in this room live on a daily basis. That culture is part of how Europe innovates, how Europe prospers, that culture is health and well-being, that it is inclusion, that's employment and connectivity and competitiveness, and it is how Europe understands itself, one performance, one artwork, and one community at a time. So at a time when public budgets are under strain, when some ask whether we should continue to invest in culture, our answer is firm. We need and we want to double down on our commitment. And that is what we will do when we sign the joint declaration, Europe for Culture, Culture for Europe, very soon. This declaration is a promise. It's a commitment by the European institutions, by the European Parliament, by the Council, and by the Commission to support culture. A signal that culture is a priority, that artistic freedom is a guiding principle, and that cultural diversity is a strength. And with this, I come to my second point, which is delivery. The signing of the declaration is not the end of a process, nor is it the beginning of one. The work is already underway. The cultural compass is already guiding our actions. The declaration turns direction into commitment, and it creates a stronger foundation for the next phase, the more crucial phase, which is implementation. But, like any compass, it only matters if it helps people to move forward. Good strategies matter, but people need to see the difference in their everyday lives. For an artist, that may mean that they would be able to pay the rent at the end of the month. For a young creator, it may mean access to new skills and new opportunities. For a cultural organization, it may mean finding the resources needed to innovate and grow. And for audiences, it means access to diverse and vibrant cultural expression. This is the test that we must apply to everything that we do. Does it help culture strive? Does it empower creators? Does it strengthen the cultural ecosystem? So let me briefly outline 3 key deliverables of this compass, where the answer to these 3 questions, in my view at least, is a solid yes. First, the AI strategy for the cultural and creative sectors. We want to discuss licensing, compensations, and what creators are owed. To support human creativity and to safeguard our cultural and linguistic diversity. This must be the next step in the discussion about protections. We must discuss how we protect the human image, how we protect the human voice, and how we enforce those protections. Second, the EU Artists Charter. And I'm very pleased that you will be having a discussion on this in one of the parallel sessions. Because talent deserves fair working conditions, and people who are working in this sector deserve to be recognized as such, to be recognized as workers, and to be given that dignity. And third, the State of Culture report, including a focus on artistic freedom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, implementation usually requires a little bit more than policies. All of you who have implemented projects know that it requires at least 3 core elements. First is dialogue and communication. The second is information and knowledge. And the third is investment and support. So first, the dialogue. The people who bring this sector to life are the ones that are best placed to help shape it. This is why I wanted to establish a structured dialogue with stakeholders so that we shape key actions of the compass together. The second is knowledge. All decisions and good decisions are based on information. To make informed decisions, we need an understanding of emerging trends. This is why we need a European Cultural Data Hub to support the State of Culture report. And finally, investment and support. Every creative idea usually begins with imagination. But imagination does not finance projects. So funding is essential. The Commission wants to double the funding for culture. And we are exploring new ways to invest in culture beyond traditional grants, so that these sectors too can access the resources that they need to innovate and to bring ambitious projects to life. Creative Flip helped initiate those conversations through the work on access to finance, through the resources made available on Creatives Unite, and through efforts to equip cultural and creative professionals with practical knowledge and new opportunities. And I am pleased that today's event will discuss further innovative funding for the sectors, because these kind of contributions will remain relevant long after any project comes to an end. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, what we saw earlier was the future unfolding right in front of our eyes. This is what artists do and what they do best. They explore possibilities before any of us can see them. They challenge assumptions, and they help societies imagine what comes next. Over the past years, Creative Flip has done something similar. It has helped Europe's cultural and creative sectors experiment, learn, collaborate, and prepare for the future. The compass gives us direction. The joint declaration gives us our collective commitment. Now, we have to turn this ambition into action. And commitment must be translated into results so that the sector can have the support it needs to thrive in the years ahead. This is a future that is worth building, and one which is worth building together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Micallef. Am I tall enough? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Maybe I step the next time again next to the speaker's pult. Next up, we have two more welcoming addresses. First of all, I would like to welcome on stage the General Secretary and Chairman of the Goethe-Institut, Johannes Ebert, who will give us a warm welcome on behalf of the Creative Flip Consortium. Afterwards, we will also welcome Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission, Georg Häusler. So please, Johannes Ebert, join me on stage.
Yeah, like the majority of you, I feel very curious this morning. And I came in and found this little purse on my chair, and I opened it and looked what's inside. It's written very small. My intellectual property, this is how we work. So you need money. Yeah, this is all. And I was thinking that this purse gives a little bit of reflection on the history of the Creative Flip project. And I also have my history with this project. I think I took part in 3 international conferences, one from at home in my bed, because I was stuck down with Corona, so I was lying in bed and greeted all the public. another one, it was in a similar nice place in Brussels, where we met a lot of people, and I was really overwhelmed by the enthusiasm and by the activity of everybody, by the will to cooperate. And I think this is what the culture sector needs, the will to cooperate and to do things together. And Creative Flip for me stands for this cooperation and this working together of the European cultural sector. Dear Commissioner Micallef, dear Mr. Häusler, dear members of the Commission, dear colleagues, dear friends, I want to greet you on behalf of the Creative Flip Consortium, the Goethe-Institut, which I represent, and our project partners, and I want you to raise your hands that we see who are our project partners, the European Creative Hubs Network. Is there anybody here? They are here. Yeah, I think. IDEA Consult and Intellectual Property Institute Luxembourg. And I think this is the, no. IDEA Consult and Intellectual Property, no, I think it's all. Thank you very much. See, my paper is confusing that I have here, so I hope I didn't forget anybody. I warmly welcome to the conference Flip Together Imagining Creative Futures. It is wonderful to see you all, and I'm looking forward to this day. More than 7.5 years, in the last 7.5 years, Creative Flip has become a platform of exchange, of experimentation, to further strengthen the resilience of the cultural sector, of the creative and cultural sector in the European Union. Creative Flip is a strong example for innovative formats of knowledge sharing. And Mr. Micallef, you already mentioned the platform Creative Unites, which is a wonderful platform with more than 270,000 users, which is a really big number. It's a strong example of European cooperation in the cultural and creative sector. We had 9 international conferences, even as I said, in Corona. And it creates spaces for experimentation through its peer-to-peer learning, through learning formats and community of practice. This is what Creative Flip does, what it did. And I took out one example, which I want to describe a little bit for you, but before maybe you think 30 seconds, your personal experience with Creative Flip. What did you do? In which program did you park? What did you shape? How did you cooperate? I talk about a learning lab. A learning lab which took place in rural Romania with Why We Craft. It was in the only primary school of the Pocola commune. It was about creative design, about fashion design. And I have 2 voices of the school director, Felicia Malita. She said, we observed the powerful impact on their creativity of the children. We are already planning next year's activities, storytelling, weaving labs, and traditional textile symbols. This project brought us closer together as a community. The parents got involved, the mayor got involved, and the children keep asking for Why We Craft team to come back. And the head of Why We Craft, the co-founder, Monika Botta-Moisin, she said, the learning lab did not just teach skills. It reminded everyone that cultural sustainability is not a distant policy. It is something that lives in the hands of the children and in the stories of the elders. It is something that must be nurtured, protected, and passed on, not in isolation, but in community. I think this was one of hundreds of examples that Creative Flips did, and I think we spread out with this program. We reached a lot of people. We reached young people. We reached influential people, and we reached a lot of Europeans, and this is important. Why is the project so important for the Goethe-Institut? The cultural and creative sector has a key role in Europe for economic growth, for social cohesion, as well as for innovation and future-oriented thinking. Artists, designers, filmmakers, creative professionals are drivers of change in the European Union. And the cultural creative sector is important to tackle current challenges: precarious work conditions, democratic, digital and green transformation, artistic freedom. These are key topics also for the Goethe-Institut. We live in a very complex time with a lot of crises, and I think the culture and creative sector has a huge responsibility and motivated cultural actors to work together and to find new ideas, new ways to develop into the future. Just a word about today's conference program. We are looking to a program with many highlights. On the first panel of today, we will discuss the question of why human creativity matters at a social, cultural, and democratic level, and how communities, policies, and ecosystems can better support it. Featuring insights from Darina Shivo-Lidova, Nina George, and Justin O'Connor, moderated by Elena Polivtseva. We will also present the Creative Flip final study, featuring an analysis of the resilience of the cultural and creative sector and concrete policy recommendations with guidance on working conditions, financing networks, transformation policy, and ecosystem resilience, all aimed at shaping cultural policy to be ready for the future. Our flagship platform, Creatives Unite, is continuously growing, responding to the latest challenges and key needs of the sector, which in turn requires innovative and user-friendly solutions for our more than 270,000 users to easily access over 3,500 different entries. I see you smiling of idea because you developed this, the Hubs network. Sorry, I'm already confused, but I think you did a great job. We are happy to share with you today the latest novelties on the platform. After an inspirational talk by Kristin Danielsen, Director of Nordics Kulturfonds, the parallel sessions will unfold in the afternoon, taking a deep dive into core creative flip topics, from AI to hand-on learning labs to real-world case studies from across Europe's cultural and creative ecosystems. Finally, a high-level panel featuring European policymakers reflecting on creative sector policy futures will conclude at the end of the day. Finally, I want to thank all the partners, our consortium partners, the independent experts Elena Polivtseva, Jos Sainzius, and Sylvia Ammann, as well as our wonderful colleagues at the Goethe-Institut Brussels. You can also raise your hand once. Yes. And of course, the associated partners, Culture Action Europe and European Network of Cultural Centers, the European Commission, thank you for your support and trust and excellent cooperation throughout the years, all participants, associations, experts and mentors, all participants who shaped the project. And now I finally wish you a wonderful day, full of insights and a very interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, from my side as well. As you see, I'm tall, but I'm not that tall. I'm not Director General of EAC. I'm just a humble Director of Sport and Culture. I actually want just to dwell on a few elements of this flip experience, what I would call it. First of all, thank you to you, Johannes Ebert and Goethe-Institut, to the European Hub and IDEA. It was a flawless cooperation over the years. It worked extremely well. It was, you know, it's a relationship of trust which we have built. Obviously, with Goethe, some look jealously to Goethe because you are one of our privileged partners, Culture Moves Europe, UNICE, and others. But I think we have built up this trust relationship over the years. And I want to say maybe a few words on that. Now, I call it a methodology which we are seeing here with Flip. Now, there's one basic issue which you're all aware of, which is a flaw or a weakness, which is we do not really have a European competence for culture. We have the Article 167, which gives us a very superficial coordination power, but we do not really have the power. The power lies with the member states, and actually in many member states it lies with the regions. Now, in such a context do you make policy, or how do you develop policy? And I think Flip has been a super example of turning this potential weakness into a strength. We do what we call here in Brussels better regulation in a very natural way, because we kind of start from the beginning talking to you, those from the ground, those who know what the cultural sector really needs, and develop with you together projects. Now, here in this very important area, innovation, how does the whole sector change and innovate? Working conditions and others have been mentioned. And I have a feeling that everything which has been coming out of this, and this has been also a great influence to the mentioned Compass, is kind of welcomed by the sector, by you, because it comes kind of from you as well. It's what they call here co-creation in its best. And really thank you for that, because I think, and today's program is a very good example for that as well. In all the workshops, you will have a lot of colleagues from DG EAC who will be working together with you, who will be discussing together with you and finalizing the important work you have been doing. In continuing this a little bit, we have been hearing from the Commissioner the challenges which are on the sector. And you know, sometimes you have this feeling that there are too many of those. It's this technological innovation, inverted commas, AI development, which in many, many events we are going nowadays are kind of perceived as really threatening to the sector and very problematic for the sector. There are the working conditions, and at the same time you kind of see that the cultural sector is probably the sector which embraces most of all economic sectors, innovation and AI for that matter as well. You know, so here again, I think it's a question of turning this perceived weakness into a strength, because you are extremely innovative. You are at the fore of most of these developments, and that's something you can offer, and you can contribute to the general debate. And I think we should use this more, and we will use it definitely more here when developing the AI strategy and other policy papers in this context. So nothing else from my side. Thank you again. 7.5 years, that's not a short period. In some other forms, this collaboration will continue, because, again, we really believe in this methodology of working with you together from the outside on all the different areas in order to produce something which, you know, is kind of carried by everybody, understood by everybody, but also from our side informed by the right people in order to have the right debates. So looking forward to today's final discussions, but again, it's not the end of it. It will continue in some other form, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johannes Ebert and Georg Häusler, for welcoming us so warmly and setting the scene. We now have reached already the first coffee break. But before you go to grab a coffee and come back, we will still continue at 10:45 to not run much later as we are at the moment. We would like to take a group picture, as we now have still all the important people in the room. Our photographer, Limp, will stand over here behind the blend. So we need to shift a bit. And then I would say, as of Fanchon, you have to stand up. So we have a bit of a perspective. So please, everyone, Fanchon, Ekaterina, and afterwards everyone stands up. And the same here on the other side as well. Is that okay? Yeah? Ah, yeah. Looking great. Wonderful. We have the natural light. Oops. Okay. Super. Okay, then here in this direction, and you can wave your hands, be happy, be sad, whatever you prefer. Yes, perfect. Ah. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee break. Hello. Welcome back to our second part of the morning session. As you can see, we will have a panel discussion with our lovely speakers who are already on stage. This panel has the title The Value of Human Creativity in Disruptive Times, and it will be moderated by Elena oh my God, sorry. Now I'm mumbling already. By Elena Pulivetsia. She's independent researcher.
It's fine.
And co-founder of the Cultural Policy Room. She has been part of Creative Flip also for the past few years, and she has been working for us on the working conditions. Next to her, we have Nina George, President of Honor and Political Commissioner for the European Writers' Council and multi-awarded novelist. We also have Justin O'Connor with us, all the way from Australia. He's author and professor of creative economy at Adelaide University, Australia. And with us also today is Darina Chivoliadova, cultural relations researcher, cultural heritage advisor, and project coordinator at KU Leuven from Ukraine. They have the next hour, roughly, for this panel. Enjoy.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear guests who are here and also those following us on live stream. My name is Elena. I will not try to repeat my last name. So indeed, I'm an independent researcher based in Brussels, and I was also one of the experts of the Creative Flip project, which we are celebrating today. And this conference, as you might have heard already and looked through the program, is a place to present, to showcase the ideas, insights, tools, which were developed over the few past years. It's also a place to discuss what kind of better policies could support stronger culture and creative sectors. So in fact, one of the key words of Creative Flip project and of this conference is resilience. We speak a great deal about resilience in culture creative sectors. And questions that we are asking ourselves typically start with the how. How do we improve working conditions in the cultural sector? How do we make sense of copyright? How do we create sustainable financing models? And the list can go on. But before we dig into this paradise of the questions beginning with how, let us ask ourselves a question, but why do we care? Why should we care? Why should societies care? What is actually at stake when we try to safeguard or defend or protect culture and creative sectors? What are we trying to make stronger? What kind of value when we talk about resilience? And of course, there couldn't be a simple answer to that question. It's a very complex, big question, and make it even more messy. We invited these brilliant minds with very different perspectives, with very different backgrounds, to discuss this big question with us. And Charlotte already presented who we have in the room. So let me not go in circles and go straight to that question, to that 5-year question, why is the sky blue? So why does artistic creativity matter today? And I would like to start with Nina.
Oh dear, I wondered if I would have time to change my glasses, because for sure I noted everything down, because when Elena is in the room, everyone gets smarter. But she is also, she has some demands. Please concentrate on what you want to say and leave out what is interesting, but if it takes too long to unpack, I'm getting really angry. So, creativity. I'm a writer by myself since 30 years, so really an old rabbit. And I thought initially creativity, when we talk about artistic creativity, is like a muscle. When I started to be a writer, like with 14, everyone started with a diary. And after 3 lines or so, my diary was getting boring because my life was boring. So I wondered, how do I get ideas? How do I get the go on? And when I have written my first stories, everyone was dead on the second page. So I wondered, how do people get ideas, plots, drama? How do they understand it? And I realized creativity is a muscle. The more you use it, the more you get used to having ideas. I have now ideas all the time. The question is to decide what will I say and what not, decision making. Artistic creativity has also a skill that is highly needed. You find solutions. You're a visionary. You ask permanently, what if? And when you transpose this skill of what if, solution finding, onto society, we see who are the main characters, where are the conflicts, where's the drama going. We know where things end. We look on politics and we know where are the love interests, what is going on, and where does it end. And sometimes I wonder if it would be necessary to have always a writer, or at least a professional working artist with this huge brain muscle at the side of politicians. Because, second point, why creativity? You need to know when to stop to obey. You need to know when to stop to obey. Artists or creative professionals who are used to plots, to decode narratives from businesses or from politics. We do not fall for imagination which is controlled, because we are the ones who know how to control imagination, to make a plot, to make a drama. And we are, so to say, the canary in the coal mine of democracies and societies. And the third, although we have no duty, let's make this very clear, culture has no duty. It can impose a duty to itself upon every single one who is doing something. You can put yourself a duty on. And for me, I see the duty to connect. To connect people because, and this is the third and the last point of why creativity from my perspective, I know the difference between Apollo and Dionysus. Apollo is when you're doing an art which is successful, with this shiny, it's perfection, it's very nice, it's industrialized. Dionysus is a sort of art who touches upon the dark side of life, of desire, of fear. As a writer, I'm telling how people are getting who they are, why, because of fear, because of desire, obsession, passion, because they obey, they love to obey, because they do not like responsibility, because they like power. And this chaotic way of looking onto people is Dionysus, and can result in art which is unforgettable and helps people to understand why do we live, what is going on here. So, expression, connection, do not obey, democracy.
Thank you, Nina. I think these are very important keywords that you just mapped out for us. At the same time, these words we always discuss, right? We always talk about connection, about agency. I think that's what could kind of sum up what you said. Creativity helps us to strengthen, to preserve the agency, the human agency we have. Darina, I would like to ask you the same question. Why does artistic creativity matter? And maybe kind of building up on what Nina already said, in moments of disruption, right? We talk about crisis realities, and you come from Ukraine, so you know very well what this means. In moments of disruption, what becomes visible about human creativity that we typically overlook?
Thank you. I think I will start from this last question. So, what becomes visible in moments of disruption? I think that that creativity is not a luxury; it's the infrastructure for resilience. And yes, coming from Ukraine, I also ask myself another question: how creativity survives in the times of rupture, in times of crisis, where it's kind of feels that the world is like falling apart. And then also, always my favorite quote is from Ukrainian philosopher Grigory Skovoroda. And he said, long centuries ago, the world tried to catch me, but he didn't succeed. So I think it could be about personal freedom, but for artists it's much more, because the world always try to catch us with the fear, with conformity, with the war, with the crisis. But then the creativity helps us to respond to the challenge. So creativity is not born as a reaction to the comfort. Creativity is born as a reaction to a challenge. And then the new, like the modern Ukrainian writer, Lina Kostenko, who was also the voice of the Revolution of Dignity in 2014 in Ukraine, and she's now the voice during the ongoing war, she said almost the same thing. She said, you know, the sirens are wailing, but I'm not afraid. The one who never was running will never be caught. So it's over the centuries, it's another reality now, but it's saying the same, that it's about our inner resilience and creativity to help to transform the pain into experience, to help to transform the loss into memory. In Ukraine now, for example, the theaters are full. The exhibitions are full of people, of Ukrainians. So why? Because they try to find these new culture experiences. Because we need culture experiences which are different from fear, which are different from anxiety, which are different from loss. Like especially like during the performance in the beginning of today's day, we had this word connect. Like for example, during the performance, we also connect here and now, and it's also about this future, shaping the future, because creativity matters, because it helps us not only think about who we are, but who we are to become after this disruptive time, after the crisis, after the war. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Arina. I think you said at least two very valuable things. The first one is that in times of disruption, creativity is not a luxury, it's foundational. I think it's really something, yet again, maybe it sounds obvious, but I think here in Western Europe, the perception is actually different. In times of crisis, culture is treated, at least at political level, quite like a luxury. I think it is very important to hear from your perspective, from the reality where the crisis is already there, where security and all that's really needed already today. I think it's very valuable to hear that culture becomes foundational, creativity becomes foundational. And another thing, I think what I hear in what you are saying, resilience as freedom. Because again, typically we discuss resilience as protection, as to preserve something what we have today. But what I hear in you, that it's equally important to preserve this agency, the freedom to actually go on, go forward, get out of it, to imagine and to be there. So thank you for this. Justin, why do you think artistic creativity matters today?
Well, just to be controversial, I'm slightly suspicious of, a little bit suspicious of the idea of artistic creativity. It's always often presented as a special case of a wider creativity, which is true, but it's also a trap often where artistic creativity feeds into creative industries, for example, or innovation. You know, we're just a special bit of the great innovation economy. And I think it's important to stress what art and culture does is producing knowledge, and a very special kind of knowledge, specific kind of knowledge. It's not science, whether natural or social science. It's rooted in experience in a very different way than those kind of objective knowledges. And then on a different register, it's not politics. It has political effects, but it's not politics. It's a different kind of action. So I would say artistic creativity is about a certain form of knowledge, a special kind of knowledge, rooted in experience, rooted in concrete things, rooted in real, our real sense of where we are. And I, you know, we heard this morning about direction. You know, sense. It makes sense of the world, or tries to make sense of the world. And of course, sense also in songs means direction. You know, there's Merleau-Ponty's famous book, Sense and Nonsense, Songs and Nonsense, Direction and No Direction. And I think I think that's where we are. And the people who try to do that, and it's a very broad range of people, the arts, but also media and culture, they are trying to, it's their job to try and make sense of where we are right now, wherever the future is, and speak to that present moment and express the reality that we don't actually know where we're going and the experience of that not knowing. And so it's kind of creating a common sense. It contributes a sensus commune, you know, a common sense of where we are all together. You know, and so we look at the elites, not just in Europe, everywhere. Look into their eyes. They do not know what is going on. They say they do, but they do not know what's going on. And none of us do. And I think the work of art is speaking to that moment, and it must speak to that moment, because when that common sense, that shared sense breaks up, we get proliferating narratives. We've got, you know, we call it disinformation, but it's not. It's just a million different narratives that don't add up. And it's that sense of shredding of the common sense. So we need to look to that, of how to reinvest in culture to produce that community of practice that produces that shared meaning. And at the moment, the worst possible thing that can be done is to get art and culture and feed it back into the techno-industrial machine, which is causing us all the problems in the first place. And that's, you know, it could go either way. So that's the worst thing that can we do. And actually, we have to build on it.
Yes, and the question about threats is the next one. But I would just like to also highlight a few keywords that you said. I think there is quite some resonance about the direction, sense of direction. I think all three of you pointed out the capacity to, the bravery, the courage to imagine that direction and to go forward. I think the dimension you added is also very important about this common sense. I think it makes a lot of sense to speak about common sense in times of individualization, when we speak about freedom as an individual freedom, right? I think also Timothy Snyder said in his book that freedom is collective, and I think that's probably a little bit along those lines what you are saying. It's a freedom not from, but freedom to. I think here we come to the sense of direction. And actually freedom is collective. So you have to kind of find this direction and share it to some extent. So this is indeed very precious about culture, about creativity. But if creativity is so essential and we keep on saying things which are quite obvious after all, even if we're still enjoying ourselves talking about them, and I always have like, wow, that's all three of you actually inspired me quite a bit. So if it's so essential, and if it also seems to be that everyone agrees we need direction, we need freedom, we need agency, etc., what are the actual threads? What is the key thread, maybe one key thread, do you think is the most essential today to creativity, Nina? And maybe just before you respond, one thread, and maybe already immediately kind of one action or policy or approach that can actually help us to withstand this threat.
I told you, she's quite a good moderator. Okay, I choose from my three threads and call it automated idiocy. It's a combination of controlled imagination, digital colonialism, and a tend to praise Apollo. A colleague of mine once said, she's coming from Belarus, it starts so smooth, so subtle. But if a country or a state or a union goes down, you can always see it how it's treating his cultural professionals. It starts always there. Tiny oppressions. Sometimes like, okay, this is my passion, copyright. Here and there, copyright cut. Here and there, stopping an association to work and harassing them with tax idiocy and so on. Or also in the markets, here and there, a sort of oppression by the market itself. And here we come to the digital colonialism that currently in the Western sphere, and maybe I have to focus also on this, because There is 95% of art we do not know, of knowledge we do not know, because it's not online, but it's there in the world. And currently there's a focus on digital colonialism and digital value of knowledge and of art. Only what is on the internet is real, and this sucks. And these colonialism, so to say, to take away the thoughts and the skills of people to build programs to even more improve a sort of digital focus that only, which is real, which is in our tiny little bioadapters we are all carrying along with us. And sometimes I think we have to take away, for instance, copyright from DG Connect, give it to the Directorate Justice, because you don't ask the axe to promote and foster the trees. And we should, especially in Europe, because this is a threat, the focus on everything what's digital, and this is innovation and business and blah, 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 blah. We should give it back to justice and to culture. This would be one of 3 answers I noted.
Thank you, Nina. This is very concrete. Darina, what would be the threats you would like to highlight, and what should be done at any policy level, or maybe also at community level, to help creativity to withstand this threat?
I would like to follow up on this collective freedom, and then also talk about collective memory here. And I think that one of the biggest threat, which is now, especially with, of course, me coming from Ukraine, is the deliberate destruction of this memory, which in practice is also the destruction of the cultural infrastructure and the heritage, which is what makes this kind of conditions and necessary possibilities to make this creativity happen. Because creativity is not really preserved in the vacuum. It's nourished by culture, it's nourished by heritage, it's nourished by our collective memory. And that's why if you would like to destroy a community, you destroy its memory. If you would like to destroy its memory, you destroy its heritage. And that's why the attacks, for example, now during the war, the attacks on the heritage, culture heritage, is never collateral damage. It's always a deliberate attack to erase this memory. So the aggressor always seeks not only to destroy the past, but also destroy this infrastructure to reflect on the future. And that's why when we are protecting the heritage, when we are protecting the artist, when we are protecting the culture infrastructure, we are protecting the future. Because also the manuscript, the old church, the historic building, the musical piece is also the testimony that previous generations also endured the wars. But they survived, and they found this inner strength, they found this creativity, they found this resilience to move forward. And that's where creativity began, in this moment of challenge. And also that's why the best musical pieces, the best books were written in the times of rupture, in the times of rapid change, in the times of transformation, in the time of the war. And going forward to what should be the main policy, as I always say, the heritage is vulnerable, but it's vulnerable because it cannot protect itself. These are people who protect this heritage. Thus, the main policy is to protect people, to protect heritage professionals, to protect artists. If we talk about the war zone, it's coming from physical protection to the necessary equipping them with necessary skills development, with the necessary trainings, and then to ensure that they see that they are needed, to ensure that they see that we support them, because it's always people behind the culture, it's always people behind the heritage, and creativity cannot sustain itself without these people.
Thanks a lot. I think, again, really, like within this short few minutes, a lot of very important points. Focus on people, I think that's really key. And I also quite inspired how you connect heritage with the collective future. This other intrinsic understanding of heritage, which helps to... this animal is very insistent. It really likes this conference. So, and I also, yeah, you said also the best books, the best art pieces are produced in times of crisis, which I find it so, it's such a multifaceted narrative that on the one hand, we need to protect people, we need to help, but people also, in these times, actually mobilize their creativity. So there is a very interesting thing about culture and art in general. So when there is a crisis, and it's being treated by policymakers as luxury or as nothing, as it doesn't exist, but then the agency goes back with the people. So creativity basically never dies, it's only becomes stronger, which is yet again not an argument not to support it in these times. Justin, what is, according to you, the biggest threat to creativity today? Can I still say creativity, or should I say that specific knowledge that culture has?
Yes. Well, just building on what you two said, really. I mean, to my mind, there's a twin threat on either side, and quite clearly, the threat, certainly in Europe, is a civilizational, monolithic idea of culture and heritage, different from the way you were speaking, culture and heritage, which, whether you call it Judeo-Christian or sometimes it's in blood and soil, there's a very strong narrative about this is our culture, and so it's a moment when, many governments are cutting culture. Actually, the discourse of culture, of a shared culture, but our shared culture, our singular shared culture, is really powerful at the moment. And who cuts cultural funding in a culture war? I don't know. But so that we've got that real monolithic sense of a really archaic collective culture, which is coming down. It's coming down very quickly, and it's driven. People like Rubio in the US are actually saying that to Europeans, who are half of the audience standing up and clapping. On the other hand, we've still got this other sense of this completely individualized culture. Culture is, well, there's a bit of heritage, okay, there's a bit of art, but most of culture is basically between you and your credit card. Who's your supplier? Who do you buy? Who's your Spotify or Netflix or whatever? And this idea of culture is a mere consumer economy is actually at the core. For me, it's more core to cultural policy currently than the kind of the subsidised market failure stuff on the outside. So we're torn between these two, and coming from a kind of I think a centre, a progressive and democratic cultural policy. We also find on the left this reduction of all culture to expressions of identity, which is, to my mind, it's just hyper-liberalism with a progressive inflection. So again, to come back to what we're saying, we need to stress the collective, we need to stress what we share together, but in a way very different from the monolithic definition of that's coming from the right and the global right now. It's a global movement. How do we assert, what would I call it? Liberal collectivism, the pluralism and a certain kind of freedom within that collective space. And that's our problem at the moment, and we've not really got the answer to it at the moment.
Can I just ask you, what kind of policy should it be to approach culture as a common sense still? Because that's where you started, so there is some kind of a shared ground, shared sense of direction that culture gives, which is at the same time not emancipated from monolithic narrative, because I think whenever cultural policymakers talk about cohesion, which can be synonymous with common sense in some extent, then it becomes what you said, the main threat, this monolithical, very exclusionary type of culture. On the other hand, there is this very individualized consumption, and we can choose what movie, what music we like, etc., etc. So we need something in between, or maybe even like taken out of this paradigm, a culture that is still diverse, which is still pluralistic, but still helps us to have a common vision of the future, as you said. What kind of policy concretely can give away to that kind of culture?
Well, I mean, it's got two components. I mean, there are many aspects of it, but first of all, I mean, you go back to the, the Declaration of Human Rights. You know, people should have the ability to fully participate in the cultural life of their community, which, to my mind, that's an educational thing, and it's about access to those resources. So people should have the tools to participate. At the moment, they're not getting those tools. I mean, anybody can watch their iPhone all day, but the tools to fully participate, to understand what you're doing, that's something that has to be a foundation. And the second thing is, you cannot let the market deliver these things beyond a certain level. Of course, the market should have a role in there. But what we've got now in the media sphere is not a market. It's a series of competing monopolies that's going to get worse. And so holding the public sphere, using that old term, holding the multiple contested, up for negotiation, public sphere where we all have the arguments, but we can only have arguments when we share similar kind of sense together. So it's those two things, really, the capacity to be involved in the world of culture, and at the top, the control of what basically is a series of monopolies over our common space of culture. I mean, whose idea was it that we should give culture to a bunch of sociopaths in Silicon Valley? I mean, how did we get there?
I think I know the answer. I think we got there because culture is typically politically not really appreciated enough, and it's also not trusted as a resource that can solve the problems, because now there is a lot of problem-solving mentality all over the place in politics, and culture can't prove it can solve this. So it's never been prioritized. I think the type of policy you describe, to provide this foundation, kind of to provide everyone with capacities to engage with culture, it's really the culture as a public good. So it is, for me, a synonym of an enormous commitment at the political level to culture. It is no doubt culture is important. So that's what kind of approach, and I think we all wish for that. And here I would like to go back to Nina, because you said that we need to emancipate copyright from business logics, right? To erase it from DGs that are busy with competitiveness in the economic sense, and give it back to more ethically value-driven policy areas. My question here would be, would that really solve a problem? Because just basically, if there's no shared belief and in the value of culture across all different ministries or departments or whole of government areas, would that not just result in kind of competition between those DGs? And we all know that if everything is business driven, then even DG, which is responsible for culture, which at some point have to speak the language of that. So I just would like to challenge a little bit your solution, and should we not dream about maybe what Justin said, that there is this kind of common political commitment to culture, and really it starts not with a narrative, it starts with providing capabilities. It's just building infrastructures for culture. And the whole AI debate, which I think you're one of the strongest voices there, isn't it just because we lost arguments to defend human creativity? It's very hard to talk against big businesses, etc.
The European Commission is, from my point of view, a dysfunctional, typical family. They stand together when you attack the family, but in between they're a dysfunctional family, like every government. All the different Häuser, all the different houses and resorts, they have terrains and territories. This is mine, copyright is mine. Oh, mine is culture, please do not harass me with copyright. Oh, you're doing copyright, we're doing economies, but economies has nothing to do with copyright. So they make distinctions between them, and that leads also on European Commission level to the fact that nobody is talking on a holistic way about culture, because culture is everything. Culture is our daily life, it's products, it's creativity, it's freedom, it's democracy, and it's social policy, and it's working and labor policy. It's everything combined in this word culture. And to just push it away, okay, this is copyright, you're doing this, and we from the culture sphere are not looking on the outcome of it. This must stop, and I want indeed that DG Connect, who is specialized in hampering and pampering and fostering all the so-called telecommunication guys from outside of Europe, I want them to give up copyright. They do not understand it as the working condition, the ground working condition for cultural professionals. I'm sorry that I'm so passionate. I'm 35 years long working, and the infrastructure is always missing. I'm so sick of project funding, like showering here and there some euros. I'm sick of it. You mentioned infrastructure. You mentioned the market will not solve this. Exactly. There once was a resolution, beautiful, made by the European Parliament to make a directive status of the artist. Although it was a wrong title, the idea behind that was that our representatives in the European Parliament saw, well-informed, the need for infrastructure, pension schemes, schemes for paying into health insurance, another tax system, not waiting 2 or 3 years of royalties because the tax authority of Slovenia is too slow to process my royalties. Infrastructure. I want infrastructure, and I want people to talk with each other in the resource, in the governments, in the commission, and to have a holistic view on it. So, and AI and business narratives, yeah, we are humans. We like to fall for Mephisto's promises always.
Thank you, Nina. What was the question? I think what you said is already very important, and I think we are kind of, there is a narrative emerging about how to, yet again, about how to actually approach culture as a resource and not as a project, and how it can be sustained on this kind of infrastructure approach. I would like to go back to Darina and maybe try to connect what you were talking about before. You mentioned that there is a need to protect people, to really invest in people. I guess it is related to safeguarding cultural heritage, but it's also, in general, whenever it comes to culture, to creativity, to art, we go back to that human aspect. So if you reflect on these approaches that Nina and Justin underlined about the need for kind of infrastructure, I assume it is in a much wider sense than just buildings, etc. So it's a social infrastructure, digital infrastructure, it's a legal infrastructure. So how would you reflect on that, going back to the need to protect people?
Yeah, I will first start with, it's very interesting phrase that I've heard last year, which I really liked when there was the phrase AI, and I thought, okay, it's about artificial intelligence, but no, it was about ancestor intelligence, which is really funny word of games, but it's really was about how we preserve this knowledge and intelligence of our ancestors, of our heritage, of the generations ahead, which I also connect with the collective memory and the heritage. And here I would like to also reflect on about also this connection of freedom and creativity, and so also reflection to the Timothy Snyder, who said that the freedom is not freedom from something, yes, it's freedom for something. But also it's interesting how we connect this freedom, creativity, and security, because of course it's we tend to naturally, especially during the times of rupture, during the war, invest in security, invest in economic recovery, invest in the infrastructure. But I would say that we cannot live just in security. We also need hope. We also need this vision of what we are going further, how to shape this future. And this is where creativity begins. So going also kind of trying to build on this freedom and security, and also you said that creativity is a muscle, and muscle is, I know, it's also like it's something that you need to always kind of train every single day. You cannot forget about your muscles. We know that, and it's the same for freedom. The freedom is not something given. We need to exercise this freedom, and exercise this freedom is only when we feel safe. When we feel safe to create, where we will feel safe to create something new, where the artist feels safe with the working conditions to create, and to shape this future.
Thank you. I think now we have just a little bit of time left for you to react to each other and maybe to make any point that you think is still necessary to highlight. Justin, what would be your reactions to Darina and Nina, or any general reflection?
I'm interested in I think you used the Dionysus, the dark side somehow of creativity, and then in the last, I think you said Mephisto. We humans, so we bargain with Mephisto, and I think. I've always been struck that there is a dark and dangerous side of creativity, which we should acknowledge, and the very famous book Dr. Faustus, where essentially he sells his soul to the devil in order to create. So I think that should be acknowledged, especially these days when we talk about art and well-being, and sometimes it's art and not well-being. That's what we don't want. Well-being, we want, So I think that's why it's so important to stress that dark side, and that it actually is it can be dangerous. I mean, of course, artists. I don't mean in the physical sense that you mean about artists being safe, but it is a dangerous place, and coming from Manchester, half the people in Manchester, in the music scene in Manchester, a lot of them are dead. It is a dangerous place to be, and so I think that has to be acknowledged, that part of its value is that it's not a comfortable place at all. So I'm kind of agreeing with you, really.
That's random. You should make a sign in the calendar. Already at our discussions, I enjoyed it when we talked. For sure, we met, and we had discussions hours long, so we always try to find now something new to surprise each other a little bit here. The thing is, yes, Dad, we will all die. Yes, you're laughing, or not. But 50 or 100 years from now, we are all dead. And I think we do not have the duty to remind people, but we know it. And sometimes I would love to go to Glenn, because he is with all the other policymakers in one room, and remind them we're one day dead. So it doesn't matter today if we want to make shiny positions, if someone is on the payroll of OpenAI or so. Please have in mind, one day we all will be dead. And this is quite important, because if you realize that one day you will be dead and you have only this one beautiful life, I think, I'm really convinced that you change the values. So I'm part very naive, and part very experienced with the dark side. I know that people will change if they read the right book. They will go to war, they will enjoy being violent against women and gays and blah, and they will enjoy to be someone with a title. I know this would not change, but please, let's remind them of the dark side, and now it's really getting dark. Elena, you said we need to set the tone for today, like beginning a symphony, an orchestra, but I think there's light, there's a strong feeling, but the dark is the balance to know that we are doing, even now, something very important. Because you are here, you are giving energy, I can hear sometimes your thoughts, I can sense your tension, I can sense your memories, or your no, it's not like that. And to do something together without looking permanently on the thingy here in my thing, and this is important. We do something important. So,
thank you, Nina. I think it's kind of to acknowledge that creativity or art is not necessarily good. It's just, I think it's also an extra level, a higher level of recognizing the value of culture, just saying culture is life. It is embodiment of life, and life can be dangerous, can be good, can be sad, can be disruptive. I think it's a very powerful way of looking at what art is all about. Darina, would you like still to react?
Yeah, I would just, so it resonates what you said with me, and I would also say that yes, dark times, but also these, we know that no, it was quite poetic, but indeed in the dark times the light is more visible, and then it's also that's why this is why we need artists, this is why we need creatives in these times of rupture, because, for example, like the writers, the poets in these disruptive times, in the times of crisis, in times of war, they do not just write to be published. They write because they're afraid to not be late to say these things. So, yeah.
Thank you. And now I just have one question to you, the one last question, and I ask you to answer it in like one, 2 words or one sentence. So what's finally at stake if we stop caring about human creativity? Justin.
The continued existence of the species.
So life is at stake if we, yes, the life.
Yeah, yes, and the life, and also our capacity to imagine what will be after, because I think that we all live in the life where we know this post-colonial, post-modern, but what if we're just living before something? At least I hope for that.
That's great. Thanks a lot. I think you were great. I think that was really a great conversation. Let us compliment ourselves. Just to close it, I really liked what you said about that we will all die. So that's really my favorite ending. Some of you who know me know that I love that. But I think you managed to always remind us that, okay, you said we all die, so let's just have some fun. Let's make this life beautiful. But making it beautiful, we also help those who will come after us to actually find sort of resilience in that beauty that we create today. So I think we managed to connect today and the future while still remembering it's all not endless after all. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks a lot. And I hope it inspired you in the right way.
Okay. After those really many inspiring foods of thoughts, I think we will carry them along throughout this day, also especially in the discussions of the parallel sessions when you guys have more time to also exchange views. We now would like to take a closer look to what Creative Flip has created in the past 2 years. We want to present on one side our final study and also want to look more into our knowledge platform, Creatives Unites, as well as our cross-sectoral learning and exchange programs. I would like to welcome to stage Isabelle de Wolderer, Senior Expert for Innovation and Competitiveness at Idea Consult, and our Creative Flip expert, Joost Heinsius, who is responsible for finance and working conditions on the project. They will guide us through the next 40 to 45 minutes.
Thank you. Life and death. And talking about human creativity as a necessity, culture as infrastructure. And I think we're going down to more kind of that level, culture as infrastructure, when we're presenting what we have been doing as the Flip team. And coming to the end of like, well, 7.5 years of working on Flip. And it's interesting to see that we once started with, Flip was standing for finance, learning, innovation, and patenting. That's what we started with, because that's what the European Parliament started as a pilot. And we changed. Of course, because everything changes. And now we're standing here and kind of like with mixed emotions, because we've been working together for 7 years. And it has been a great journey. And yeah, we're now stopping. So we're also saying goodbye. But that's how life goes. And our creativity is a muscle that we keep on training. Our goal has been all the time to support the culture creative sector, and especially by strengthening their yeah, this one works. To strengthen long-term resilience of the culture and creative sector. And we worked on actually like 5 key policy areas: finance, working conditions, innovation, intellectual property rights, and also learning and cross-sector collaborations. And we're now presenting the final study of Creative Flip. And we're really taking stock of all those years that we have been trying to contribute to, not only us, but a lot of projects and people have been contributed to strengthen resilience. And resilience has been really becoming a term, becoming a buzzword. And we thought it is necessary to make our own take on this term. We'll come back to that. And we also looked at the current state of resilience in the system. By studying, by talking to a lot of people, by having a community of practice. And we said, okay, we need another form, we need a more operational form of resilience. And it's not only about bouncing back from crisis, and we're talking a lot about crisis today, but also bouncing forward. So what we're coming up is like a resilient culture and creative ecosystem has the capacity not only bounce back from a crisis, but also to adapt and transform to longer-term systemic viability. It provides the conditions that allow culture and creative actors to play their full role in European society. And if you look at the code there. You can download our final study, but just wait a few minutes and hear us out first.
Now, what are these conditions for culture and creative sectors to thrive? For that, we have based ourselves, or we have tried to model some things. We also like frameworks and in building up knowledge. So we were inspired by the Stockholm Resilience Center principles of resilience. And when we think of a resilient ecosystem, it's a system that has a number of characteristics. It is able to maintain diversity in the system. It maintains redundancy. It manages connectivity. We've talked a lot about connectivity, connecting already today. We heard it quite a bit. But also, it's a system that allows to foster understanding, to encourage learning and experimentation, to broaden participation and get everyone on board, but also to promote polycentric governance. And this kind of framework we used to look at where are we now with this culture and creative ecosystem and it being resilient. But before we go into the kind of assessment of where we are now, we first wanted to take stock of what we have done and how we have contributed to strengthening this ecosystem, as you saw, which was one of the, and has all these years been one of the goals of Creative Flip, is to contribute to strengthening this ecosystem. How did we do that? We've listed here all the different outputs that we have created. Several of them having been named already in previous talks and presentations. We've developed tools. We have organized lots of communities of practice, the learning labs, the cross-sectoral pioneers project. And in that sense, we have, we believe, contributed, when you look back at the different elements of a resilient ecosystem, to fostering understanding, to build up learning, create spaces for experimentation, and also to help connect. So in that sense, we've tried to indeed contribute to making this culture and creative ecosystem more resilient. And I would like to give the floor later this afternoon. There will be several parallel sessions, as you know, that dive deeper in a number of those of the things that we have done. Like the policy work that we have done, but there's also a session on the many, many cases that we have developed and that you can all read and explore on the Creatives Unite platform, which was also named already a couple of times, and for which I would like to invite Vasily now to dive into that and to show also the Creatives Unite platform, where all this output is gathered, and that has become really a one-stop place for a lot of knowledge and inspiration, hopefully also for many of you. Vasily.
Hello, fam. Great to see you all. Happy to be here. Happy to have the control. And that's me. Okay, great. Happy to be here. As I said, let me see who is in the room. Do I know you? Kind of, not all of you. How many of you I do not know at all? Please raise your hands. Ah, you're not so many. Okay, I have it. Okay, great. But how many of you do know Creatives Unite? Okay, don't lower your hands, please. Don't lower your hands, I see you. Okay, now, whomever, why did you lower your hand? You didn't raise it, you don't know it. Why you do not know? You know, so raise your hand, please, with me. I do know it as well. Amazing. Is it everyone? Look around you. Do you see anyone who doesn't know it? I'm curious. There, 1, 2. Okay, that's a good rate of success. Okay, thank you. So, yes. So let's talk about Creatives Unite. I don't need to talk about it, do I? So I will tell you a story about myself, maybe because you don't need to know about it. Yeah. So, no, you don't see me here. I'll stand here, maybe better. Huh? You see me now? Yeah, good. Oh, you see me, yeah? Maybe that's not good. Okay, so, yeah, I want to talk to you about this project, but you've been listening about Creative Flip, and you know the process about designing a project is a lengthy process, you know, like, so even before it becoming a project, you know, you envision, imagine what are the activities, what you can do, then you have to kind of respond to this open call and take a bid, and there are specific prerequisites that you have to meet, and you're trying to be creative and impress the European Commission in order to successfully get the grant and get things going. But that's not how Creatives Unite happened, which for me was by itself an amazing experience. So Creatives Unite happened out of necessity because of the COVID-19 crisis, and at the time the situation that our sectors were facing, in parallel with the cancellation of plenty of the activities of Creative Flip at the time, the European Commission, and not the European Commission, because this sounds like a ghost, you know, the European Commission. The people working there understood that they needed some kind of communication and to exchange and showcase what is happening, you know, around our sectors. And at the time, we had the agility and the understanding that this is a quick way to respond, but also find the purpose for our project, because at the time, most of our activities were cancelled. And that's how Creatives Unite came to life. So it was a simple reaction to was happening around us. And so we generated an initial phase, which was mainly documenting all the activities happening from our ecosystem, for our ecosystem at the time, in that kind of weird period of time, actually, that everything felt a bit stalled and kind of frozen. But eventually that situation also was resolved. And that would mean that also this idea would end. And then we thought that we had something there in our hands, and its success mainly reflected that you have to kind of look around you every time, look who is next to you, what they're doing, how they're acting, how they behave every time, and document your peers. That's how I perceive, and at the time, how I perceived what we were trying to do. And that's how also we thought of the platform, that maybe when we were out of this kind of unprecedented crisis, we need to find something to reflect the restart of our ecosystem's activities. And so we went into a second phase when, of course, COVID-19 was not that relevant, and we had this expansion of the platform into some information outlet for what is happening again within our sectors. And that was a super exciting thing, because also the people within the project, so the partners in the consortium, understood that this is an interesting new perspective for the project itself, and especially Dubravka. Dubravka, are you here? Yes, Dubravka. So Dubravka was our coordinator at the time, and she was amazing in helping and also supporting this new idea. And we said, okay, let's expand and see how we can even push it further. And we felt that something like a magazine, something like an editorial work that displays how day-to-day life evolves, not only within the European bubble, because we live in, and we are right now in the European bubble, but in a real ecosystem, you know, by the real institutions that are kind of running our sectors, by the people that are doing activities within the sectors, by all those things that form our sectors, but that are usually not represented. That's what we realize, that usually the culture and creative professionals and the activities themselves are not represented. Even here in the room, usually we talk about ideas, the projects at large, but I'm not sure that all these are reflecting what the creative people are doing. So we extended the project into a knowledge-based platform that could kind of be inclusive. So we built some features that we felt exciting at the time. Like, for example, we have a direct contribution feature that is still active up to today. And we have constant contributions from the ecosystem itself, and we're really proud about it. But also we developed an editorial perspective for the platform itself. That was, again, something that for me was a life changer. Here you can see how the platform kind of looks today, if you haven't seen for a while. But you told me you already know it, so let's skip that. So we are constantly trying to evolve the functionality of the platform, to add new features, but mainly to improve the content, which is usually something that is neglected or kind of not clearly understood. And this is something that even within our small consortium or group of people that we're running this Creative Flip project has been also a friction issue. So we are trying to find ways to improve the content which is delivered and not just showcase an empty platform full of pictures and irrelevant texts. And in parallel, we're trying to have three main tools that have been the backbone of what we provide to people as well. So we have three main tools. We have the So You Need Money tool, where you can look for funding opportunities, all kinds of funding opportunities. And we have been trying for a long time to build around it exciting features that we thought would be essential for culture and creative professionals. So, for example, people can profile themselves, can have a short kind of educational session to understand the different access to finance opportunities that they may have, because usually cultural and creative professionals understand only funding as a money source. So what are the alternatives? See the providers and the funding opportunities separately. But the original idea, which was a major fail, because we have also major failures internally, but we have time, we still have time. The project has not ended yet. We have some months to go, was also to profile everyone. So we have a special column that you can profile yourself. And as you profile yourself, you get more and more tailored information of where your money sources could be from. So this is something that we're still working on, and it's a work in progress. Similar goes, of course, for the IP rights platform, where it's a bit more straightforward. Here, depending on your sectors and activity, you can have different information on how to protect your creative work. And this is a really interesting one. And it's great that we have Joost here, because he was one of the initiators of the This Is How We Work tool. Weren't you, Joost? You were. And it was amazing, because through this tool, you have the opportunity to kind of explore how and compare actually the working conditions throughout different countries in Europe. So these three tools are the three main tools that we're currently running in the platform, but the idea to have more than them, I mean, like to further expand, of course the time is ending with Flip, we will find other ways, most probably, to give the capacity and new ways for the culture and creative professionals to kind of further develop their work and grow. Just to say a bit about one critical shift that we had to do in terms of content. So the last period of time, we realized that although we feel that the policy bubble is kind of really evident here, it's not kind of explained within our sectors again. So we tried again to kind of create editorial articles and edited texts for things that are usually policy related or things that for institutions, for EU institutions, are kind of common knowledge, but in a language and in a way that cultural and creative practitioners can really understand. And we've seen, of course, huge response from that, because usually people don't really get it, don't get what are the policies, the strategies, and what we're building actually at large, you know, as a cultural and creative community and European society. So that's what we try to do over the past period of time through our content. And of course, we're trying to cover different topics and different contexts. Here you can see some of the main themes. We call them magazines. And the idea is that each one of them has a subsection within Creatives Unite. And in the future, we will try also to build further into them and deeper, like being able to do tailored newsletters for each theme of interest and so on. And another thing we realized is that there are some amazing initiatives around our ecosystem that, again, are not promoted enough. And that was something super important. And it was something that, for some not that strange kind of reason, but was even perceived from the people who wrote the call for the FLIP proposal. So it was something that was requested also from the European Commission to somehow display inspiring case studies from our different sectors in different topics. And we worked on the idea of building different case studies with different themes every time. Here you see an example. And that was a real challenge for us because we understood that there are two layers on reading something. It's the usual browsing, like the usual online browsing that everyone needs to have a look and see and maybe spend some seconds there finding out new things. And that was done even with a simple article. But we understood that this idea of the case studies should be something that should circle the whole ecosystem. So should circle back to policymakers or to people who need to kind of convey the information to others. And to achieve that, we added a feature which is as simple as having a save to PDF button, but who is actually producing a new article with a new hierarchy, so a streamlined hierarchy. You can see here a sample of the PDF file, which is just a one-sheet paper, so something completely analog as a logic, and has all the wisdom that is coming from the article. So it's streamlining the article into what are the key aspects of the achievement of that case study, and what were the gains. For example, here is the story of an IP novelty in gaming, and you have all like the goals, all the challenges, all the key learnings, and what this means in what particular aspect of IP, for example, they are a good case example. And in that way, we feel that in the future, all these cases will form a knowledge resource for people that will need to form policies. Because whenever they're discussing about something, they won't discuss it as an abstract idea, but they will have tangible examples. And here we're going to have the tangible examples for them in a really easy way to present in conference like this one. So this was a really important feature that was added in the editorial context of the website over the last 2 years. And of course, some numbers. So we've seen really big growth in the platform itself. There are so many people using it today. Here you can see a bit the extent of our also other social media activities that started recently. And the future perspectives. The future perspectives. So we want to make this resource massive. That's what we want. We want to make it really big. And it's, I know it sounds empty, but there is a reasoning behind this. And the reasoning is that we do need it because we do not know what our peers are doing. We have no idea what policies are built for us. We do not have an idea of how to kind of translate keywords and buzzwords that are, are kind of flying around us, like resilience. I don't know what resilience is. I have no idea. So we need to have tangible, simplified examples day to day, but also have the tools that will empower us do more. And that's the ambition of the platform itself. So we want, as I said, to extend the tools, extend the articles, extend the features, make it a useful tool in terms of texts and context. And yeah, and that's pretty much it. So thank you very much. And I think I want you to listen now to Natasha and, there they are, Natasha and Christina, who will talk a bit about the learning experiences of the project itself that also have served plenty of times as a way to find and identify the case studies and the best case examples that we're using also for Creatives Unite. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha from European Creative Hubs Network, and together with Christina from Goethe-Institut Brussels, we will presenting you the mobility programs that have been implemented during this last flip cycle. But before we look the programs in more detail, I'd like to briefly give you an overview of the journey of mobility programs within FLIP. Since 2019, the project has supported 80 mobilities between cultural and creative organizations involving more than 160 artists and cultural professionals across Europe. And the goal is to create, was to create opportunities to connect with each other, learn from each other, but most importantly, to build long-term partnerships. An important initiative that has been part of the project from the very beginning is the Learning Labs program that brought together schools with cultural organizations through co-creative projects. And in this latest cycle, FLIP has expanded its work with 2 new programs, the Cross-Sectoral Pioneers, which had the goal to foster collaboration across different disciplines, and ambassadors of good practice to support knowledge sharing in rural communities. And with that brief overview in mind, Christina, could you introduce us the Learning Labs and share some inspiring examples that emerge out of it?
Yes. Is it working? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The Learning Labs have been part of Creative Leap since its initial phase. They were first implemented in 2022. In this phase, we focused on supporting 10 hands-on collaborations between creative organizations in primary and secondary schools across different Creative Europe countries, and with a focus of sustainable fashion and textiles. The goal was to familiarize young students with creative careers, topics of intellectual property rights, new technologies like AI, and matters of sustainability. The results so far have been quite astounding. We were happy to see that children across Europe were able to develop their creative skills within the school environment, something that is not typically part of most curricula across Europe. And also the organizations that took part in those programs were happy to see that they could develop stronger ties with the local schools and subsequently with their local communities. Another great effect of the program was that replicable teaching models were developed during this phase, which we hope can be later further developed and implemented. Here you can see some pictures of different activities we did and the results. Today we are happy to have with us 2 of the different learning labs, Creative Spark from Ireland, who upcycled garments into a wholly new fashion collection that the students were able to create, and Studio Wow, which focuses on plant-based dyes. One case study that I would like to showcase in this presentation is the Bliss Learning Lab, which was implemented in Pantin, France. The students were able to reimagine fashion as a form of gardening and explore the whole life cycle of a garment, from conception to utilization. The garments they created were growing alongside them and were created from sustainable materials coming from organic waste like orange peels or seaweed. The project blended traditional crafts with 3D modeling and AI technology, and simultaneously a wholly new teaching model was created that has been gone on to further development and hopefully implementation in more schools. And now, Natasha, can you tell us more about the cross-sectoral pioneers?
Sure, thank you, Christina. So the Cross-Sectoral Pioneers program brought together 10 collaborative projects from 14 different countries and a wide range of sectors, including arts, technology, design, cultural heritage, and many more. Although they explore different topics, they all engage somehow with artificial intelligence. And to better understand the project, we grouped them in 3 broader themes. The first one was AI and creative innovation. Projects such as Ecokinetic explored how AI can support the artistic creation by combining AI-generated visuals with live performance. Another project was Moving Others that you had the chance to see in the kickoff of our conference. And moving to the second theme, which was the immersive storytelling and cultural heritage. One example is Cave Walk that used digital technologies to turn geological heritage into an immersive and educational experience. And the final theme is urban innovation and community engagement. And in there we had projects such as Street Radio Blaster from Lisbon that showed how culture and technology can create new opportunities for participation and community connection and inclusion through a youth-led mobile radio station. Of course, many of these projects could fit into more than one category, which shows the cross-sectoral nature of the project itself. But I'd like to give you like a flavor of these sparring collaborations by highlighting one example. The AI for Upcycle Future project that was a collaboration between rural hikers from Spain and textile artists from Belgium. And together they explored how AI can support the creative process while at the same time promote sustainable ways of making. And by training AI on the artist's own visual style and test the designs digitally before the production, the result was to reduce waste while maintain full artistic control. So instead of seeing AI as a threat, the project saw that it can act more like a creative companion that supports innovation and sustainable design practices. Okay, now we move to the last but not least project, the Ambassadors of Good Practice. Christina.
Thank you. So the Ambassadors of Good Practice was the latest part of the peer-to-peer program of Creative Leap. The project supported 10 different peer learning activities between 14 different countries. The format of the program was 5-day learning opportunities between rural organizations from different regions. In the first phase, 10 different hosts were selected based on their success of revitalizing their local communities through arts and culture. In the second phase, we identified 10 visiting organizations who face similar challenges, and the goal was for those organizations to travel to the hosts, and after 5 days of community, peer learning, living together, working together, and discussing, to manage to extract meaningful practices that they could later implement in their own home organizations. Indeed, we saw from what we have received so far in the reporting material that there is prospect for future collaborations between these organizations, and how much it meant to them to experience in person the challenges, but also the opportunities, most importantly. The organizations came from all different scopes. For instance, we had sent a co-living and co-working space in Galicia, Spain, which aimed to revitalize Senderis, a small village in the area. Mayo County Council, which is a municipality from Ireland, and Spazio Nour, an organization coming from Milan who have revitalized a castle outside of Antwerp, here in Belgium, and they have turned it into a focal point for their local communities by organizing different activities, festivals, lessons, everything. The case study I would like to showcase here is the Farm Lab one. Farm Lab is a semi-sufficient farm in Kapfenstein, Austria, which welcomed the Mountain Makers, a small peripheral organization from France. They came together to work together on different activities. They exchanged on the different opportunities that European programs can offer. And so far, their exchange showcased how peer learning opportunities can be most effective, especially when they are combined with a hands-on situated approach. Another outcome or key takeaway from this activity was that basically those results can remain sustainable and have long-term effect if they are combined with not only one-off opportunities, but focus on sustainable mobility programs that have a duration and establish long-term collaborations. Okay, so basically all of those examples have become case studies which are published on Creatives Unite, and we have many more coming up in the upcoming month. Thank you. I would like now to give the floor to Just and Isabel.
Thank you.
To move on to the next part. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina and Natasha for... Thank you. So hopefully with those presentations, gives you a bit of a flavor of all the things we have been working on in the past years, and how it has also helped to strengthen the resilience of culture and creative sectors. But as such, the last couple of months, or the last months of Creative Flip, we've also used to make a current status of where we are in terms of resilient cultural and creative ecosystems. And as mentioned, we've used this framework, and the question was, okay, how do cultural and creative ecosystems kind of score on those different principles of resilient ecosystems? We've looked at it with the lens of finance, accessing finance, the whole IP, innovation, cross-sectoral collaborations. How is the ecosystem currently organized to support culture and creative sectors? I do invite you all to have a look at the full final study, of course. We will here only highlight some conclusions and also give you some recommendations. Now, what has improved when we took stock of things? For sure, in the last 7 years that we have been working on Creative Flip, we feel that there is an increase in policy awareness at the European level, at different other government levels, about the importance of culture and creative sectors, and also the importance of supporting them, referring to the discussions ongoing on working conditions. Since I think Corona, we can all say, has been a specific moment to in this policy awareness as well. Several EU initiatives have kind of joined us, so to speak, because what we do at Flip in many other projects and in many other initiatives also work on supporting the cultural sector in terms of skills developments. Let's think about the Cyanotypes project, the EKIP project that, by the way, we welcome here today as well in one of the parallel sessions, Horizon funded, that focuses specifically on looking at the role of culture and creative sectors in innovation ecosystems and improving the conditions also for them to contribute. Knowledge exchange has improved. Capacity building tools have been developed. We as well, as the colleagues just showed and illustrated to you. But yeah, there are also a number of issues that we seem to be quite persistent and are still around. We talk about it already for many years, and that is, for one thing, the fragmentation. Although we as well, I think in the project, have tried to connect people, bringing together policymakers, the sector, having lots of discussion. Fragmentation is still around at different levels. Within the sectors, within policy, we've talked about here in the first panel discussion about IP and who is following up on this, and all in the very often in the policy silos. There's still uneven access to support although we are growing the body of knowledge, of tools, we see that it is still very difficult for the many, and we should not forget, micro enterprises, freelancers, all around in the sector, and that are the majority of the sector, that it's hard for them, for instance, to just come here today and be here a whole day, spend their time unpaid to gather all this knowledge. So that is still something we should not forget and continue working on to create this access more evenly to all the support and the knowledge and the tools that are being created. And a final thing is the short-term funding logic, that a lot of the funding and the support of the sector is still organized in projects and going from one project to another, whereas many of the things that we currently need in society and where culture and creative actors can play a role is not just a project or a project injection. It's much more. It's like in processes and participating. So that's also one that we still haven't found the right answers for in terms of supporting the sector, and that we should still work on. And that brings us to some of the policy recommendations that we have, that we also present in the final study. And I give the floor to Joost.
Yeah, thank you. Mentioning all this, and looking at the lens of resilience, we looked at 3 pathways towards a more resilient culture and creative ecosystem. And what we already talked about, like there's really a gap often between, let's say, artists and policy, and we see that a lot of artists are not able to access all the knowledge and tools that are. So one of the lenses we look at is like strengthening the absorption capacity of actors in the CCS. Another one is really that we also need sustainable, inclusive cross-sectoral networks. I mean, a lot of our lives, and especially also the life of artists, are not only exclusively only in the cultural domain. So we need cross-sectoral networks to be able to have them a better working life. And what we also need to do is build a structural collaboration between different policy domains and governance levels. And that led us to what we, in the report, there are many more recommendations, etc., but we kind of clustered them in 3 clusters. So what we really need to do is to invest in a robust working base for the culture creative sector. And it's about funding, it's also about financing, it's about working conditions, it's about IPR, because we need to be able to adapt to change and continue in the face of inevitable new shocks and transformations. If you only look at digital, ecological, but also especially geopolitical changes, there will be new shocks. What we also need to do is to enable equal access to learning and skilled participation in innovation ecosystems. And those ecosystems need to be tailored to the needs and absorption capacities of CC actors. And another cluster is built around building structural and inclusive cross-sectoral ecosystems, which strengthen intermediate networks and mediation capacity, because we need to establish cross-policy participation in transformation agendas, which often lie outside the cultural domain. So the few of the recommendations within the first cluster: to invest in a robust working base for the CCS. So what we need to do is to expand and simplify funding instruments, especially for micro-organizations and freelancers. Scale cascade funding, microgrants, lump sums, and simplified access schemes. For example, under Creative Europe, Agora EU and a rise in Europe. We really need to promote fair remuneration standards and stimulate exchange between member states on fair pay strategies and tools, and make this information available on a dedicated website to inform all stakeholders, and promote social conditionality through the EU programs which are funding culture, such as Creative Europe and Accor EU, in line with the coming EU Artist Charter. And we need to strengthen fair access to social protection for all cultural workers, regardless of the type or duration or classification of their working relationship. We need also to provide technical support and space for sustained peer exchange among member states on developing and improving access to social security for cultural workers. And we need to encourage experimentation with IP-based business models, open licenses, collective licensing, and other alternative rights management approaches through pilot projects and creative hubs, especially also in the light of AI developments.
Thank you. The second cluster of recommendations that you find in our study relates to skills and innovation. It is as important for cultural and creative actors to innovate, to update their skills, especially in these challenging times where lots of things change, and adapting to those new realities, bouncing forward, implies that the skills development and participation in innovation is very important. So first recommendation relates again to the funding and to schemes. Make it as a low barrier as possible for also really small actors to participate in innovation and to provide paid participation schemes for it. Because very often, currently, cultural and creative actors are just supposed to innovate while doing a project or in their free time, or it comes naturally when exercising their muscle, as you say. Whereas in other sectors, there is funding and there is time to invest in innovation. So create the time, the financial space, and also the advisory access that is needed for this learning, experimentation, and capacity building. Also, continue investing in transformation skills. There's a lot coming to the cultural and creative sectors, as it is too many sectors. The digital transformation, we've talked about it already, but also all the ecological challenges. So it requires new skills, also different roles that we have been talking about today in these democratic processes and so on. Many did not, and probably also still do not, learn this at school in the current curricula. So it's important to continue investing in these transformation skills. Revise also the definition of innovation. It's when we look at the schemes and the programs, it is still often quite oriented towards more the digital, technological innovation, the hard sciences. We need a wide definition of innovation that is integrating practice-based, social, audience-driven, human-centered innovations, and where cultural and creative actors can have a huge role to play. And then finally, more practical, to develop sort of directory of experts and a matching platform to enable cultural and creative actors to access legal, financial, technical expertise that is necessary to run their business, their venture, and that we cannot expect them to incorporate all this specialized knowledge themselves, and where can they find the right expertise to help them in this. And then a last cluster of recommendations that we want to share today relates to building those structural and more inclusive cross-sectoral ecosystems. The cultural sector does not stand on its own. It needs the others, but also society needs culture and creative sectors as well. So invest in, and that maybe relates to the infrastructural element that talked about before. Invest in cross-sectoral matching formats, but also culture-based interaction spaces, and they can be physical or digital, that invite all different sorts of stakeholders to participate and to exchange, collectively think about shared societal challenges, cultural actors, citizens, policymakers, researchers, actors from other sectors to connect. Invest also in pilots of cross-sectoral collaboration, because there's still a lot to learn from one another. What exactly is it that culture and creative actors can contribute in it? To learn from it and to develop methods of cross-sectoral collaborations, and beyond investing in pilots, also later on for those things that are successful to enable them to access more long-term funding to further develop and scale. Enable intermediaries to feed practice-based knowledge into policy dialogues so that policymakers know what is going on, how cultural and creative actors operate, and take it on board when developing and discussing policy developments. And then as a final one, continue talking to one another within. Here we talk about the European level, across different DGs on matters related to culture and creative actors. But the policy silo, overcoming the policy silos is not only a challenge at the European level, but at a different level, and we invite them all to continue doing this. And we know that there are initiatives that and that this there we also see improvements in this ecosystem, but a continuous effort to invest in. And with that, we want to leave it for now. Here you see once more the QR code for those that have not yet looked at the study, and we invite you all to have a closer look at it, and also everyone to not to read them, but especially also to take them at heart and continue the work that we have tried to contribute to in past years in Creative Flip. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can just encourage you to check out our website, creativeflip.eu, and also talk to many creative and artists who are here with us today, who have participated in our peer-to-peer exchange and learning program. Some of you will also participate in the learning labs this afternoon, so that's very exciting. Before we go for lunch, I still would like to give the floor to La Tricoterie to present a bit the place we are at, because I think it's a really special place for Brussels and very important to have them with us.
Hi everyone, welcome to La Tricoterie. My name is Chloé, I work here. And I want to tell you a bit more about La Tricoterie. Don't worry, I'm going to be quite quick because I guess you guys must be starving and there's plenty of delicious food right out there. So I'm going to be, quite quick. So this is, well, it's a venue, of course, but it's not just a venue. The place was bought like 15 years ago by a couple of people, Joël and Xavier, they're my boss. And so they met at university and they fell in love. And they dreamt of buying a huge place and making it a cultural hub and a place for people to get together. And so they looked for years to find a place, because you can imagine it's quite hard to find a place such as this in Brussels. And they found this, which was actually an old factory. So it had been a furniture factory and then a pasta factory. And they bought the place, which was very damaged at the time. And for 3 years, they renovated it with dozens of volunteers, because they had not that much money. I think 12 years ago, La Tricoterie opened its doors. And it's called La Tricoterie because in French, tricoter is knitting. And we want to knit social fabric. And so it's tricoterie because it has an industrial ring to it. So that's why the name. And so this place did become a huge cultural hub. We have over 500 activities per year with over 150,000 people every year. So it's a very big space. And we have plenty of things. We have theater, plays, some that we host, some that we make ourselves. We have concerts, pop rock concerts, but also classical music. We have conferences and workshops and parties, plenty of very cool stuff. And in all of this, we try to stick to a few core values that we held very dear. There's the ecological transition. We want to be part of it from the very beginning, and so the place has been renovated with ecological materials. The food we are going to eat is not just delicious, but also comes from local producers. We have conferences on climate change. Second value that we want to defend is we want to be a launchy step for young artists. And for example, every Monday evening we have an open mic, and plenty of young artists have made their debut on that stage. And third value is social cohesion. We want to bring communities together. And actually, a little over a week ago, we had a festival that we created. It was called Yalla Zouz. And it was a festival designed to bring together the Jewish and the Arab Muslim communities. It was the whole venue was busy for the whole day. And as you can imagine, in the current context, it was a very powerful and very moving day, and we are very proud of it. And so we do all of that, and as you can imagine, this costs a lot of money, which we don't have. To give you numbers, the budget of this project is like 500,000 euros per year, and the public funding we get is 100,000 euros. So if you guys have very rich friends, give me that number, and I'll be happy to talk with them. But so what we do to keep the boat afloat is that we rent our rooms for private events, such as your event here. And so when you have an event here in La Tricoterie, you're not just choosing a sustainable venue, you're also directly financing a social and cultural project. And for that, we thank you very, very much. I won't be longer than this, but I'm available if you guys have any questions. And otherwise, bon appétit.
Yeah, enjoy lunch. There's also a buffet downstairs, so not just up here, also downstairs. So please move around. Hello. It would be would be great if everyone could come back inside. We will start in the next 5 minutes to give the people a bit of chance to come back inside. You wanted this one, no? Then it's just here the microphones you can use. This one is working, the brown one. Can we also now it's working. Okay, I keep it here. You want to have it in your hand? You can just put it back. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We will get started now with the afternoon session. The next 25 minutes we will be here in the big room, and afterwards we will split in the different parallel sessions, and I will give you the instruction on where to find a room for the parallel session after our inspirational talk. The talk today will be held by Christine Danielsen. She is the CEO of the Nordic Cultural Fund, and it's really a great pleasure to have her with us today. She started her position in August 2025, and prior to this, from 2016 to 2025, she served as director of the Arts Council Norway, and additionally as chair of IFACA, the International Federation of Arts Councils and Cultural Agencies. Her talk today has the title "Culture Drives the Future of the Nordics," And please welcome her with me with a round of applause now.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry to drag you out of a lovely lunch. This is like being a teacher in a classroom. There's almost no one in the first row, so I will watch you at the back. I just wanted to start by apologizing for coming a little bit late to the party, because I haven't actually been involved in the hard work that you've all been doing for 7.5 years. I just simply fly in for the celebration. So I feel very privileged and very happy to be here, and I'm here together with Annie, who's taking a photo of me now. She's my colleague, so if you have questions, do ask her as well. But it's an important day, and I think it's important to celebrate the massive effort that you've all been making. So 2 words about me. I am a Norwegian, born in Sweden, living in Denmark. So I'm really living the brand of being a Nordic. And what I'm going to do today is to sort of invite you into the machine room of the Nordic Cultural Fund. And, you know, this is an inspirational talk. Well, that depends, doesn't it? So it depends on you whether you manage to stay awake after lunch, and it certainly depends on me, and I shall do my very best. But let's go straight into it, because we have a belief at the Nordic Cultural Fund, which is that culture shapes the future of the Nordics. And this is a conviction that has guided our work, and it's increasingly defining how we think about the future. Because culture is not a reflection of society. Culture is the power that really shapes the society. And at the Nordic Cultural Fund, we have sort of clung to this belief since we were established in 1966, which is also, for you quick minds, 60 years ago. Yes, so we are celebrating 60 years of being around. We were established in a post-war era, where cooperation, mutual understanding, and shared cultural frameworks were seen as essential to building societies. And from the very beginning, the Nordic Cultural Fund decided to invest in experimental work and also things that pushed boundaries. Because it is in the very experimental edges of art and culture that we first see the signals of the future. Because artists, as we've heard today when we talked about the big question, why do we need creativity? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Artists, they can sort of test ideas before institutions can absorb them. And they sense tensions before politics can articulate them. And they imagine worlds before societies even see them. And it's just like Nina said, artists are the canaries in the coal mine. So I think we are very much aligned there. So when I say culture drives the future of the Nordics, I mean that quite literally. And I do think we might as well say culture drives the future Europe. But when we are looking back on 60 years in existence, we needed to revisit our role. And in order to do so, we need to do that in the context of the world that we live in. And, you know, I hope to be inspirational, and I'm at least not going to talk about death. But I am going to talk about the era that we're living, and that's quite depressing too. And I'm not going to go through this because you all know that we are in a complicated place. And the thing is, you all know about these shifts that we are seeing. And the thing is, it's not important here that each factor is mentioned. It's the combination of all these factors that is actually driving us mad. It's a little bit like that Oscar movie a couple of years ago, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That's basically how we feel. And that's how we also need to have as a backdrop when we are going to tackle it. But I'm also quite tired of going to conferences where this is repeated. And it's certainly one word that I'm quite tired of, and that's the word polycrisis. Because the thing is, we have been through hard times before. And we are standing on the shoulders of giants, aren't we? At least I am. I'm standing on the shoulder of the giants who established the Nordic Cultural Fund. They managed to create cultural infrastructure in the ruins after the Second World War. So we have to remember that when we talk about the difficult times of today. So in the Nordic Cultural Fund, we want to position culture as a stabilizing and meaning-making force. I really liked, Arina, what you said about culture creating meaning today for the Ukrainians. And I think that's how we can see it, as infrastructure for how we understand the world, how we make sense of it. Because humans are going to die, but humans do love to live. I think we have to remember that. So this is very much what has guided our strategy when we have tried to think from 1966 towards 2066. In order to do this, we undertook a very extensive consultancy because we knew that it's not enough to do incremental adjustments. We need to think, what is the role of the Nordic Cultural Fund? So we engaged with artists, policymakers, funders, researchers. We conducted interviews, we facilitated workshops, and we analyzed developments across sectors. And from this process, we gathered so-called signals of change, which are emerging patterns that will guide us forward. And what we learned is that we need to rethink not just how we work, but our entire role. And we've heard this before, and I'm very happy that the FLIP report concluded with the same. We need to go from giving out project grants to understanding and investing in the future that culture is pointing toward. And we need to harness the role that culture plays in society. And there was a huge debate on that earlier in the panel. Why do we need culture? Why do we need creativity? But there are quite a few things that we know. We know that culture builds democracy, communities, and cohesion. We have evidence of that. We have proof of that. We also know that culture is a social fabric in society that binds us together. We know that at its very best, culture will foster critical thinking. It may not be happy thinking, but it's at least thinking, and it's human thinking. We see, especially in the Nordics and the Baltics, culture as part of resilience, and nowhere stronger than in Ukraine. And we know also that culture is a catalyst for diversity. So we know that culture is the invisible framework that holds societies together. But we also know that everything I've mentioned here are only cultural policy paradigms. Have you ever done a little piece of work where you see a new white paper or a new policy paper on what are the benefits of culture? If you read the first 1, 2, 3 pages, it's amazing, actually. If you point out all the positive adverbs of what culture can do. So we know that it has an immense effect. The problem is delivering on it. And I think there's a huge gap between all these big words that we use and the actual funding and infrastructure to follow that. And that's why I think we need new policies, and I think we need a new narrative. Because these cultural policy paradigms, they all mean a lot, but they're also just paradigms responding to an era. And my question is, does cultural policies in Europe and the Nordics today actually respond to the era we live in? I'm not so sure about that. In the post-war welfare state, we were very much focused on nation building and shared identity. And then we had the participation paradigm, which is very important, emphasizing on access and cultural democracy. And then we've heard about the creative economy linked to culture and the growth of innovation, and how also culture feeds innovation, not necessarily paying back the artists who feed the innovation. We've heard about the digital paradigm reshaping distribution and participation, disrupting distribution and participation. And data-driven paradigm, introducing how we measure and how we run evidence on culture. And now we see culture framed as resilience in times of crisis. But I think there is something missing, and that is the deeper debate on the actual purpose, the value proposition of culture and arts. We have become very good at discussing how culture is consumed. We have been less precise about why culture matters. We have focused a lot on participation, production, performance, but we have not focused that much on purpose. We have measured cultural activity, We have measured bumps on seats and how success is always measured on how many people showed up. But we have not fully understood the value. And that's why I think we need policy renewal, because if you are going to have policies that actually respond to our era, you also have to talk about a value proposition and the return of that investment. So that's why I wanted to share our take on this. And in our new strategy, it is less smart, you know the SMART goals, smart, measurable, yeah? This is more a test, a value proposition. So what we are trying to do is to answer the big question, why? And I would love feedback after the talk on this. So first of all, we believe that culture and arts are fundamental to how we understand, develop, and imagine the world. I may also slightly dislike the word creativity. I do love the word imagination. Because if we do want to change the world, we actually need to imagine it first. And this is much about cognition, just as much as expression. Because culture is not a product, it's a process. And Justin O'Connor called it a special kind of knowledge made by experience. I like that phrase. This process creates spaces for experimentation where we might test ideas without consequences, at least in our part of the world. It creates spaces for dialogue and contradiction. It creates spaces for connection and reflection. And it creates spaces where we may engage with complexity, where we may share longer thoughts that dare to be difficult. And we believe that these spaces are exactly what complex societies need. So, in trying to avoid yet another cultural policy paradigm, we turned our attention to the distinct contribution of culture itself. What is it that culture can do that no other sector can do? It's great with arts and health and arts and education. All this is great, but what is the core of culture? And this led us away from a narrow focus on impact or effect and towards culture as a fundamental meaning-making in society. It's a practice. And I have to say, Natalie, I am copying your colleague Lars about the meaning-making, because I think he coined that very well. So culture for many of us is how we make sense of the world. That's sort of the first take in our mission. The second is about collaboration. It needs to be a strong emphasis on cooperation, the collectiveness that was also mentioned earlier in this panel. Because no country can solve its challenges in isolation. Climate change, migration, digitalization, all these are shared realities. They're not problems, they are realities. So we believe in cultural cooperation as infrastructure. It's a way of building relationships that go beyond politics and beyond markets, very much like you here in this room. Coexistence, it's not a passive condition. It is something we actively must practice, negotiate, and cultivate. And I am aware that this idea in today's climate may sound very naive to some, because the me-first narrative, the belief that one nation can stand apart, close itself off, and secure its future alone has really gained ground. But in reality, this narrative is extremely naive. It's very unrealistic. Because globalization is just not going to disappear. People will continue to migrate, as they always have done. And the idea that nations can isolate themselves, build walls and opt out of interconnectedness, it's just not possible. So coexistence, it's not just an option, but it's the only option, and it is the best option. Open, inclusive, and forward-looking societies are the ones that will thrive. And those who turn inward, they will struggle. And this is where culture matters. Because culture is inherently collective. It is a space where we practice listening, negotiation, and creating together. In that sense, culture is not only expression of coexistence, it is actually a training ground for it. And sometimes it's worth sticking to the problem. We live in an era now where we are going to solve problems, but sometimes you need to stick with the problem and stay in it, because complexity, as art will tell us, is not dangerous. It's a reality. So that's why we see cultural collaboration across the Nordics not as a symbolic, but a very strategic venture. When it comes to our third part of the mission, it insists on diversity. Not as a goal, because it isn't a goal, it's a precondition. And why is it? The Nordic region is not as homogeneous as it might appear. We may look alike. We speak languages that resemble each other, but I can tell you they are very different. Annie and I cannot speak together in our native languages. I know also that we seem to be working very well, and I think we are the happiest people in the world. Having said that, the Nordic region is also shaped by multiple layers of diversity. We have systematically ignored indigenous knowledge systems. They have been marginalized in the Nordic narrative. We have a very rich and varied historical tradition that continue to influence who we are today. But we also have contemporary global influences brought by people who've come to the Nordics and who really have enriched our cultural region with their cultural expressions and their practices. And we have new voices actively redefining what Nordic identity means. And this diversity, it's not something we need to control or manage as a challenge. It's a vital resource. And it's a resource that we must actively recognize and enable. And that is why we see culture as a very important tool of negotiation. Because finally, in our process of revisiting our role, we also had to revisit the term Nordic identity. Because in the post-war era that I mentioned, Nordic identity was seen as a unifying project, as a nation-building project that we all could agree on. But that has really changed. Because culture, as we talked about a little bit in the panel as well, it has been moving from being a unifying force to also becoming a battleground for identity and values. We are living in an era of cultural tensions, what some call culture wars. And I think it's very important that instead of avoiding this, we should recognize that culture is where these conflicts can be made visible and where they can be processed. There is fertile ground for freedom of expression in the Nordics, but I can see a Nordic caution where cultural institutions or artists are treading carefully because some topics are too political or too uncomfortable. And I think that's just as scary as right-out, censorship. And we should be able to tackle these culture wars and be open-minded in the cultural sector. Because culture is a place where these negotiations can take place without necessarily collapsing into polarization. Because we need to understand that cultural identity is not fixed. It is constantly negotiated. But I also see a tendency of policymakers wanting to define Nordic culture, to do cultural canons, saying that this is the best of the Nordics, which is probably a good idea to have some symbols, but we have to insist that cultural identity is a negotiation. So what I think is that we need a new narrative that emphasizes all of this. I think we need a new narrative because old narratives are insufficient. They are based on policy paradigms, and they do not fully recognize the value and the meaning of culture. And I will repeat on this meaning-making mission. We need to recognize that culture as a force, creativity, art, put in whatever you like, it helps us understand who we are, who we want to become, and what kind of world that we want to build. It's pretty big words, but it is, like someone said, I think it was Lou Elena, it's common sense. We need a narrative that enables societies to orient themselves in times of uncertainty. And I think we do really need human imagination in an era of AI, artistic intelligence. Because we are either entering or in the middle of, or maybe at the end of, an age shaped by artificial intelligence. I am rooting for artistic intelligence. Because we know that language models are pretty brilliant. I'm sure we use them every day. They can gather immense amounts of data. They can optimize and replicate at the speed of light. But as yet, they are struggling fundamentally with imagination, about looking at the problems that no one's asking them to look at, and creating something that no market analysis never asked for. So our ability as humans to think abstractly, to imagine what does not yet exist, it's becoming more important, not less important. This is where I'm getting really inspirational. Can you feel it? Thank you. And this is where art matters. Because artists, they do not just reflect the future. They expand the range of the futures that we dare to imagine. I was inspired by Orkan Telhan. He puts it, it's about diversifying our ideas about the future. And who gets to design it? Not an algorithm, but a poem, or a painting, or a book. So that's what we believe in at the Nordic Cultural Fund. This is our value proposition. And to follow that, it's our guiding principle, because how are we going to do this in practice? We decided to set up some principle on how we aspire to act. We aim to position culture as a driver of change across society, not confined to a sector, but connected to how societies evolve and how public conversations can unfold. I have jokingly said that the culture is far too important to be closed in the cultural sector. We should move from sector to society. That's where it all started. We also strive to hold a strong Nordic relevance while staying open to the world. Because what Nordic means is something we must continuously explore and redefine together. We aim to build diversity in from the very start, making space for more voices, especially those that have not always been heard, and recognizing that plurality is essential for our future. We try, you hear me saying, aspire to, try, nothing's easy. We try to remain willing to take risks. We create space for experimentation, for new ideas, and for collaborations to emerge. And at the same time, we work towards being transparent and simple in how we operate. And finally, we aim to connect what we do, to learn from it, and to keep improving as we work forward. So now I've said a few things about why, a little bit about how, and I'd like to leave you with a couple of examples so that it makes sort of more sense and is more tangible. What does that mean? How are we going to work from here? And I'd like to start by sharing an example. This is Girjegumpi by Norwegian architect and artist Joar Nango. This is an archive, but the collection is not a storage of the past, but a living, mobile, communal space. It integrates indigenous knowledge, land-based practices, and artistic experimentation. So what Nango reminds us of is that knowledge is not neutral. Knowledge and collection making is a power dynamic, and it is relational. And what he says very specifically is that good archives create great collections, great archives create community. So that is an example on how we can look at other knowledge systems, and that very much exist in the Nordics already. And secondly, I've heard that floating in many conversations today, that we need to move away from project funding, and we believe that too. We need to go from grant making into funding ecosystems. We are rethinking funding itself. I think sometimes project funding makes sense, but very often they are predefined by criteria that don't always match the real need of artistic practice. So one example is Task Force, where we joined forces with the Danish foundation Bykubefonden, and where we invested in not projects, but what makes project possible. It could be processes, it could be relationships, it could be alliances, communities, and capacity building. I love the word capacity building, because we need capacity in order to do stuff. You know, you need hands and heads and time, and it needs to be paid hours of work. And I think capacity building is very unevenly distributed around the Nordics, in Europe, and in the world. And we would like to contribute with that. Because ultimately, this is about strengthening the conditions in which culture can evolve. And I was very happy to see that in the FLIP report, one of the partners we have invested in was mentioned, and that was the Center for Music Ecosystems, exploring resilience in remote music ecosystems. So I was happy to see that we were there as well. That's another example. And finally, we also try to amplify our funds, because sometimes we just need to join forces with other funders. That is a problem, actually, between funders and foundations, that we all have our set criteria and we work in silos. So we are testing now something called NEMO, which is not a goldfish, but it's Northern European Mobility Opportunity. We have joined forces with the Nordic, the British, and the Irish arts councils, and it's a small mobility fund focusing on emerging artists. So that is a way of seeing an ecosystem a little bit differently. So these are just examples, but this is how we want to work forward, because the challenges that we face today are complex, and meeting them really takes collective action. I would like to leave with one of my favorite quotes, and that is, "The Nordics may be too small to lead, but we are indeed big enough to test." I could say that about the Nordic Cultural Fund as well, because we're a small fund in a very small region. But we do have some advantages in the Nordics. We still have strong functioning democracies. We still have high levels of trust. There is still in our government respect for human rights and equal opportunities, which is getting quite rare in this world. And it's still fertile ground for the freedom of expression. This is a huge privilege, and we need to acknowledge that. But with privilege also comes responsibility. So we would like to see Nordic leadership because of this privilege, and it's going to be by example, not by might. We choose to test by experimenting and hopefully showing what's possible. And this way, we intend to inspire policymakers, funders, and others to rethink cultural policy and cultural investment. Because why do we need to take culture seriously? It's because we need to take our futures seriously. And Darina, I have to quote you again. You said beautifully that if you destroy the cultural infrastructure, you destroy the opportunity to reflect on the future. So that's the answer right there. Why do you need culture and art? It's to take care of the future. That was it. Was it inspirational? God, I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're very kind. It's asking for an applause. But I would like to add that this is a testing ground. We have launched the strategy in January. We have traveled around sharing the value proposition and principles, and we do love feedback. So grab me or Annie and let us know what you think. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think the applause says it all. Thank you, Christine, for being here today. It was really a pleasure hosting you, and I think we will have many opportunities still to mingle and exchange perspectives. Here are also her contact details if someone wants to reach out. We are now going into the parallel sessions. We have 7 parallel sessions, so it will take a bit of coordination that you all find the right rooms. On the back of your badges, we have indicated the parallel session you have chosen during the registration time. Of course, if you have last-minute change wishes, we try to facilitate them to help you navigate the jungle of La Tricoterie. Here in this room will be the parallel session on exploring CCS policy options in view of AI. It is a big room. There won't be 250 people joining that session, so please come in front, sit in the first rows to make it easier to discuss and communicate. The second workshop is Financing Europe's Most Valuable Asset, New Funding Models for Creativity and Innovation. That one is in the mezzanine of this room. You can see a tiny door there in the back on the right. If you go through there and left, there's a staircase and it goes up to the mezzanine. There you find the session that is co-hosted by Equipe. Then we have Flipping Perspectives, Sharing Stories, Shaping Futures. This is happening just in front of the salle in the foyer where you had your lunch. Also, because we have a parallel session there in the foyer, please, everyone who has to pass that room, be as quiet as you can so you don't disturb the session. Then we have Platforming Culture, Reimagining the Role of Creative Hubs in Times of Uncertainty. That is downstairs in the salon. You just exit here and go down straight away. Then we have Shaping an EU Artist Charter, a sector consultation. It's in the new part of La Tricoterie. It's called Grenier. You go outside and right, through the foyer and right. Our volunteers will show you the way, and there are also signs everywhere pointing out the directions. At the top of the Grenier is another mezzanine where we will have the first learning lab, which is called Flipping Fantastic Patches by Creative Spark. Also here we can help you find your way. The other learning lab, Upcycling and Natural Dyeing, will be taking place as long as it's not raining on the terrace. So finger crossed that Belgium summer hits later. And that's it. Yeah, we are stopping the live streaming now. We will be back online by 4 p.m. Enjoy the break. And if you need any help, please ask our volunteers who are on site.
Yeah, I see that everyone automatically joined us here. I don't know the last people there want to join us here in front. We're in a big room.
conferences I'm taking part on in my official capacity. Thank you. And it's wonderful to do that because for those who don't know me, I will stop working for the European Commission at the end of the month. And I will start my second life. We'll see what that brings. But it's wonderful to do it on such an important topic, so the future of cultural policy. But you ask us a question which was, don't we expect too much of culture? Is culture going to solve, like a Swiss, they say a Swiss knife, solve just everything from the green transition to social equity? So I think first we have to recall that culture has a value in itself, the intrinsic value of culture. We should never forget that. But then culture expresses who we are, and also artists have always been at the forefront of society, and sometimes forcing trends. I mean, if you think of Orwell, if you think of the Brave New World, I mean, really, several decades ago, they really invented or described what's happening now in reality with, a new language, names change, disinformation. So indeed, artists have a very important role to play. And the way we are trying so it's happening. We are asking a lot from culture, but also at the same time it's happening, right? I mean, artists, some of them, not all of them, some of them are just part of society and want to express something about our societies. And so the way we are translating this into policy at European level is Europe for Culture and Culture for Europe. That's the title of the joint declaration that is going to be adopted in now a few days. And that's one of the first deliverables of the Cultural Compass that we adopted at the end of last year. This joint declaration gives a series of principles when it comes to the role of culture and what also Europe should do to support culture. And it's a text that has been negotiated between the Commission, the Parliament, and the EU member states, and it has never existed before. So it's going to be an important document, and again, it's entitled Europe for Culture and Culture for Europe. Culture can help Europe be more cohesive, be more resilient, be more competitive, more innovative, but then Europe must stand for culture. We must, we must enforce cultural rights. We must empower artists, because without artists, no culture. And we know how, fragile the ecosystem is, and precarious the economic situation is. Economic, but also artistic freedom is being, attacked in many countries now in Europe. So. Artists' rights, artistic freedom, cultural rights, but also funding, of course, funding through all means. EU funding, the new budget that is being negotiated for the EU should have as much, support for culture, not only through Agora EU, but also through the other EU funding programs as we can. And also, we should look at alternative and complementary ways of funding, through philanthropy, through financial institutions. That was not done enough until now. So basically, it's two faces of the same coin, Culture can play a major role for Europe, but Europe has to support culture and access to culture. So, or in other words, culture is both a sector in itself and a vector for other policies. If we have time, I've tried to do a little inventory of new concept and trends policy-wise that we've been developing at EU level since 2007. So we know what has risen as a topic, what has disappeared as a topic, and maybe we will have time to come back to that at a later stage.
Catherine, thank you very much for giving us an overview of your experience in Europe. And yeah, but maybe Natalie, it's your turn to give us, because through Culture Action Europe, you have also the institution that somehow is working constantly on policies for culture and in changing those policies. So I'm really curious to see your perspective on what's happening right now.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is hard, I must say, to be on the final panel of the final conference, where many things already have been said, but I'll try to also kind of bring a bit of new perspective on some of the issues. Indeed, I will be speaking on behalf of Culture Action Europe, a network which is representing almost 350 different kind of cultural organizations, networks, associations, with the main role to advocate for arts and culture. And when we talk about advocacy, we really mean it in its widest and the broadest sense. So what we do is we connect, we listen, we create knowledge together with our members, and then try to bring these realities of the sector and feed it into the European policy making. So the contribution that I will give you is from the perspective of what we are discussing within the network when we think and imagine the future of cultural policies and what are mainly the main big things that are emerging in those conversations. And probably I'll start that with the framing that, I mean, we think about it already taking into account that culture is politically recognized as important, and we assume that it will one day finally will be recognized, politically recognized as important, which is not the case right now. But if we are talking about the future and imagining the future, we want to start that from that perspective. The first thing I wanted to mention is that actually, when we're talking about the European Union's role in culture, it is often described as something through its limits, no? So we heard about that also this morning, that, you know, the subsidiarity principle, cultural policies lies with the member states' competence, and the only thing that the European Union can do is to support, to coordinate, and to complement the actions. But at the same time, all the topics we have been discussing today, from working conditions, artist mobility, artistic freedom, AI, international cultural relations, taxation, you know, the social security, you name it, they transgress they transgress the national borders. So they are not anymore contained within the national border realities. So the question that is being discussed within our network is not anymore like if EU has the competence in culture or not, but what kind of additional new coordination and stronger coordination is necessary from the EU to protect the cultural rights, to support artists and cultural workers, and to create really those infrastructures we've been talking throughout the day, where culture can thrive as a democratic part of our lives. And at Culture Action Europe, we do believe that there is a space for a stronger complementary European competence in culture, which will not, of course, override the responsibilities of member states and regions, but will create, extra competencies for the European Union to act in those gaps that are being created where the only member states cannot act on. The second thing I wanted to mention, and this is something also very dear to the conversation within our network, is that of democracy. And I mean, we talk about culture as a public good, no? And this is extremely important. At the same time, just to challenge this concept a little bit, I wanted to kind of sort of bring to the discussion the idea that if we really look at culture as a good, as something that is already there, that is given, that mainly, I mean, it can also be seen as a product. The question is only about, you know, how to make it accessible fairly and how to distribute it in a fair way. But culture is way more than that. Culture is not just a product, it is a process. It is a process which is created and co-created and recreated all the time. So the question would be how the future of European policies can address this dimension of culture, which is not stagnant, which is growing. I mean, it's almost like a living organism, because this is where we are renegotiating the values, we're renegotiating the visions and the ideas. So how open should the future cultural policies be to accommodate this mobility, so to speak, within culture? And in that dimension, we believe that consultation with civil society really matters, to have this direction and open space to check in and understand what is happening within the cultural civil society. And I think the experience that we have had with the Commission throughout the Culture Compass process, where Culture Action Europe has mobilized throughout 1 year the consultation with our members in different formats, that has resulted in the blueprint for culture, sector's blueprint for Culture Compass, and 10 different collaboratively created policy documents. And we have been, of course, very pleased to see that many of those proposals have made it into Culture Compass, and that Culture Compass is such a strategic and ambitious document, the most strategic and the most ambitious document we have ever had. So this dimension of consultation which is transparent, which is creates the space for diversity of the voices, has the feedback loops as well, and has the political uptake is really important dimension. And the last thing I would like to bring is also like how to is related to political agendas, no? And what we did ahead of 2024 European Parliament elections at Culture Action Europe, we analyzed all the party manifestos from the cultural perspective. And we've realized that, we cannot really wait to be included in those in the political programs, but we need to be really really working towards including culture at the very early stage. So this is something that we are considering now also as a network to start working towards shaping the cultural programs, the political programs of the European parties ahead of the next electoral cycle. And that really brings me to wrap up really to 3 points that we want to see in the future of cultural policies, which is the same thing that we are campaigning for. And those 3 things are ask, pay, and trust the artists. The ones who know Culture Action Europe know that this is also the title of the campaign that we are running. I don't think it requires further explanation what stands behind those 3 words. So ask the artists and cultural workers and bring them into a decision making really at the early stage. Pay them fairly for the work that they do, and trust the process, trust the creative process, trust the artistic intelligence. So those 3 things should really be the core of the future of cultural policies.
Natalie, thank you. You see that you have been doing a lot of work, and that this kind of campaign is really resonating. So that's great. But I really want to hear from you, Rebecca. I'm really excited that we have you here, actually. We exchanged briefly earlier, because you're coming from a country that is doing things for culture. So please, I mean, I'm really curious to.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks so much, Vasilis, and thanks so much for having me here. I really feel quite honored because this is my first time at a Creative Flip event. It's almost kind of poignant that here I am taking part in the last part of the last event, but maybe that's all about new beginnings and, you know, where you can have new people coming into your enterprise. I'll just briefly introduce myself. My name is Rebecca Minch, and I head up the Arts Policy Unit in the Department of Culture, Communications and Sport in Ireland. And in the Arts Policy Unit, which I'm just since recently leading, one of my jobs is to develop a new culture policy for Ireland. So that's quite a big undertaking, as you can imagine. So I suppose I'm learning so much here today, but also perhaps just to share a few very high-level perspectives with you as to some of the principles that I'm already starting to think about as I'm starting to scope this really important piece of work. And if I'm right, Vasilis, I take from your introduction that, you know, you asked us two questions. I suppose one is, are we now expecting too much of culture? And I suppose the other question is, what is this culture policy thing going on over there? Now, you also said in your introduction that, you know, you're clueless. I'm pretty sure that that's not the case, but there's a serious point to be made here. If someone as well informed as you know, and is immersed in the cultural profession, is asking themselves, because there's always, you know what we say, truth and jest, asking themselves, well, what is culture policy about? What is it? How is it coming about? That's the first thing that us culture policy makers should be really sitting up and taking note of and understanding where is that feeling, viewpoint, perspective coming from. Because I think the first thing we have to remember when we're making policy is policy doesn't belong to the policymakers. The policymakers are making it on behalf of the people that they serve. So I think that's the first principle that we should all remind ourselves about here. And I suppose that brings me to, just to briefly talk a little bit about the really useful experience I've had the last 3 years where I was working on the Creative Ireland programme. And that was, that is, it's still going. That is a programme which seeks to facilitate engagement and creative and cultural activity to improve well-being and all of those things that you were talking about, the culture is now expected to do, improve social cohesion, engage in climate dialogue, all of these things. But I suppose what that has really helped me sort of learn about is the crucial importance of not allowing culture and culture policy making to happen in a vacuum. It really can't. No other policy sector area, no other policy does. Why should culture, you know? And at the same time, that mustn't become a source of mystery and confusion for people. I think what it is it's a symptom that we're actually starting to see perhaps the political buy-in that you mentioned there, Natalie, that ultimately is important for success. I'm thinking back to a comment that was made earlier in a discussion around, you know, I think it was Christina talking about the Nordic fund there earlier, about how still that funding is very much on the project-to-project basis. And yet at the same time, we're seeing this greater expectation of what culture can deliver. So I suppose there's that disconnect there still that's really at the key for what we have to try and tackle. That on one hand, there's a recognition of the extraordinary and unique contribution that culture can make because it gives a voice and it gives agency to the creators and the participants, which is really, it is so extraordinary, you know, and maybe we're almost too used to that. But that at the same time, there's a disconnect between that growing realization and I suppose that there's a bit of a fear there still at the same time between really trying to measure the public value that arises from that. And I suppose that's the kind of crossroads that we're at the moment, and that's the kind of thinking that we're trying to work through as we start to embark on developing a culture policy. And of course, we mustn't forget, you know, the importance of concrete action. You know, we've been talking about principles and vision, which is vital, but concrete actions, like you very kindly mentioned, the basic income for the arts, and the huge amount of work colleagues of mine have been putting in for years, you know, to develop that pilot, to see it through successfully, now to establish the next iteration of it. And it's great that you would recognise that you use the word holistic, but it is at the same time still in the foothills. It's still only the start, you know, and it needs to be part of a wider package. It's great to be able to give some individuals the opportunity for a more secure income stream, but it's really important we do other things like our Safe to Create programme, which supports dignity at work, and the Minding Creative Minds dimension of that, which provides counselling and advice for creative practitioners far beyond the basic income for the arts. But even so, there's a lot of work to keep developing those as policy interventions. And maybe the very last point I'd make is, as we're embarking on the development of a culture policy in Ireland, one of the things we've learned a lot from Creative Ireland is making sure that we hear the voices of children and young people. And maybe that's something we need to think about here. Here we are talking, we're all established people, you know, we're adults, we're grown-ups, we're in the middle of our careers. You know, the policies we make are actually going to be the things that shape the opportunities and experiences of the next generations in terms of their cultural life. So that's so important. How do we, in a comprehensive and consistent way, make sure their voices are heard?
Well, thank you very much. I have the feeling that it would be so inspiring, and it was, and thank you for that, Rebecca. But maybe, Jordi, you mentioned heavily earlier where you were talking about this latest UNESCO report about reshaping policies for creativity. Can you maybe tell us a bit about the findings of this report?
Yeah. So I can expand on some of the things that are highlighted in the report, and then also maybe extract some elements to complement what's been said. So I mean, on the one hand, I mean, I was mentioning earlier how one of the things we've realized is that probably the monitoring frameworks that we had in the past to assess the impact of policies and the kind of policies that have been adopted in the context of the UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions are no longer enough. So at UNESCO there is currently a process to somehow upgrade and update the monitoring framework that is used to assess developments in this field, because, for instance, of the awareness that the impact of AI is very pervasive across many sectors, and you cannot isolate it into analyzing what measures are adopted to connect culture and digital and AI issues, but actually you need to understand, let's say, how AI impacts on global cultural exchanges, what is the impact of AI in the cultural and creative sectors in terms of gender equality, and so on. So we need, let's say, probably more sophisticated tools. And something that is also, let's say, one of the findings or one of the conclusions of the report is how, and here, of course, I'm talking at the global level, and it's probably something that does not sound as relevant or as new in the European context, but basically the kind of indicators that were adopted to measure progress of the UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expression 10 or 15 years ago included, for instance, the number of countries that had a Ministry of Culture. Now, when we went 10 or 15 years ago, I mean, not in Europe, but across the world, there was maybe, that percentage was maybe in the 60 or 70%. Nowadays, we're basically reaching 100% globally. So there has been progress in terms of building the basic infrastructures. We do have more ministries, we do have more adoption of policies, we do have some more mechanisms of consultation with civil society, but we still identify gaps in what is the actual impact of those strategies and to what extent those strategies that are adopted are provided with adequate resources. So we probably need, and that is something that I think is also valid in Europe, more sophisticated monitoring and evaluation tools that will allow us to understand the impacts and the effects of certain policies and measures, and also to have a basis of knowledge that can then be shared. And something else that I didn't mention earlier, and which goes beyond the report, but which I think is relevant in this consideration of the future of cultural policy. Next year, the negotiation for the post-2030 agenda on sustainable development, or whatever the post-2030 agenda is, because of course in the current international context it's very difficult to know what shape that will have. Negotiations for that agenda will be starting in 2027, and as you know, the previous agenda, which was adopted in 2015, failed to have a dedicated goal on culture. I mean, there's a number of references to culture and creativity across different goals, but no dedicated or standalone culture goal. And I believe that over the years, we've gained quite a lot of awareness and knowledge, not only about, let's say, why culture matters for societies, and let's say, what are the impacts of culture in terms of rights, in terms of values, in terms of effects or externalities, but also on why having that recognition matters in terms of resources, in terms of the symbolism of that. So I think one of the important areas in which efforts should focus in the coming years is on advocacy for that. And I think that is very much in line with the key and the legacy of Europe in recognizing culture as a substantial part of our societies, and also in the current geopolitical context that call for the recognition of basic rights and fundamental freedoms, but also the importance of having multilateral spaces in a moment in which they are being eroded. So I think that is also one of the things that I would like to see better reflected in our discussions and in our work, bringing together many stakeholders in the coming years.
Yeah, so two things, like recognition, which I totally agree with you, but also the catalyst in the game, which may be the AI. I kept those two things, I mean, like, those two things resonated really with me. But Catherine, I want to ask you, because over the past, I don't know how many years, you have contributed to shift EU cultural policy. So I was wondering, what were the major achievements that you had, but also what is the future of policymaking? I mean, in regards of the EU actually itself.
Okay, yeah, thanks. A very important question. Well, first, it's not my achievement, it's a teamwork, okay? And most of the team is here, and they're amazing and wonderful. And also the leadership, right? I mean, with the new commissioner, we have Glenn Micallef, who wants, you know, to change things. It's a new climate. So let me tackle the second question first. So what's the future of cultural policies? Well, we just issued, for Europe, we just issued the Cultural Compass at the end of last year, and the Compass aims at giving direction for the next 3-4 years. So, you know, I mean, very, very quickly, it's 4 directions. The first one is values, second, people and artists, the third, resilience, cohesion, competitiveness, and the fourth, international. I won't go into more details. The joint declaration I mentioned, and for the next years, we're going to go along that direction. The joint declaration I mentioned is a commitment from the Parliament, the Member States, and the Commission to deliver on this direction. It's the flea. We now have the political commitment with the joint declaration that will be signed to deliver. Then you will want to see what we're going to deliver. So what's on the menu, what's being prepared is a state of culture report that was never done at European level, and certainly the state of culture report that Culture Action Europe does was very much of an inspiration. And the two have to be read in complement, because one emanates from civil society, the other one emanates from institutions. And it will be interesting, but it will be the first time that it will be done. Then we are working on a charter for artists, which will be about their working conditions mostly. Then we are preparing a new strategy for AI and the cultural and creative sectors, and we are preparing a new strategy for the international dimension, I mean, the role of culture in the relation of the EU with other countries. So, you know, we are busy preparing all that. To prepare all that, these individual deliveries, but also the wider compass, we were in constant discussion with the sector, the so-called stakeholders, also the ministries of culture. We had, you know, many sessions of exchanges face-to-face, but also written input. And we also, I mean, I'd like to echo what Rebecca said, the voice of young people. Fittingly, we have a commissioner who is responsible also for youth. So one of the things he has foreseen in the compass is to have a youth ambassadors on culture that will be advising, in addition, you know, to the surveys and etc. we can conduct, but to advise us on cultural policy on a regular basis. Now, yes, what I've seen, so that's the future. That's what we are going to do. Now, I've joined the Cultural Policy Unit in 2011, at a time when we had just adopted the very first strategy at European level on culture. It was called the European Agenda for Culture, and that was 2007. Since then, we've adopted the new European Agenda for Culture in 2018, the Cultural Compass 2025, and then, in the meantime, a dedicated strategy for cultural heritage, and soon the joint declaration. And so I've been looking at, you know, what themes are new, what themes remain very, you know, like in a sketch manner. Before telling you what, you know, what remained, what changed, since 2011, we've had 4 major disruptive factors or major transformation. One is the green transition and the energy crisis, the sustainability agenda. The second one was COVID, huge impact on the cultural and creative sector. Then we had wars, Syria, Iraq. Why am I mentioning that? Because the topic of illicit trafficking of cultural goods, which is now a fully fledged topic of action in my unit, in DG EAC, but also in other Commission departments, was not on the radar, not tackled by the Commission. But since archaeological and other goods were being looted from Syria and Iraq into the EU, we started this policy from scratch, and of course Ukraine in 2022. And then digital and AI, so for absolutely major disruption. And what do we see? So with all those strategic documents, I mean 3 main strategic documents, what has changed, what has remained? So what we see that has remained, les indémodables, if we take a fashion vocabulary, is, of course, a constant and at times sensitive balance between the intrinsic value of culture and the contribution of culture to other sectors. That remains. What we see remaining from 2007 until now is the importance of cultural diversity, social cohesion through culture, the economic contribution of the cultural and creative sectors, innovation, the sustainability of the sector, contribution to climate change, the international dimension, which was already there in 2007. I mean, knowing that culture carries values, and we can also, forge different relationships with countries when we do cultural projects. The importance of finance and funding was there already in 2007, remains here, and also gender equality. What has disappeared? What is being forgotten or came out of fashion in a way? It's a bit of a, sorry for that way of speaking, out of fashion. But you see that in policy, there are trends. So much to one's surprise, you could say, I mean, intercultural dialogue is not so much present anymore. I don't think we don't need intercultural dialogue, but somehow this topic has sort of, disappeared in the background. In 2007, in the very first European Agenda for Culture, first strategy of the Commission for Culture, the first pillar, the first direction was entitled The Promotion of Cultural Diversity and Intercultural Dialogue. And in 2008, there was a European Year of Intercultural Dialogue. I don't even think it's, let's see, yeah, disappeared. Then, something we speak about less, and I'm turning to Barbara, because that was very much her topic for many years. The cross-sectorial innovation, the spillover effect of the cultural and creative sectors is still there, still important, but somehow, it's not mentioned so many. It was all the rage at the moment, and somehow it has disappeared. Where have we not progressed? I see only one bullet point. That cannot be. But one area where I see a lot of stagnation is, that was very quickly done. I will think further before publishing anything in that respect. But one issue in which I see very much stagnation is international cultural relations. Honestly, when we have conferences and etc., it's always the same thing. We all agree on the importance of them, etc. And then, what have we achieved? What has changed? Actually, some things have changed. Delegation, I mean, the representations of the EU abroad, you now have people appointed for culture. There was none before. They are being trained. We have the cultural relation platform. We have tools that we didn't have before. We have the European Spaces of Culture, which is a very successful experiment, new scheme implemented with the National Cultural Institute and UNIC. So there have been some developments, but on the governance of international cultural relations, how we coordinate at European level, how member states coordinate at national level, and how member states and the EU level coordinate, it's still complicated, and I don't see much progress there. Newcomers in the discussions. Cultural rights. Not that it's not important, but this is being used. Not that it was not existing before, my point is. But now there is a reference to cultural rights in the cultural compass. And there was a willingness from the leadership at European level to accept this. There is now a department for cultural rights in the Spanish Ministry of Culture. So there is something there emerging. Artistic freedom is a topic. It was not a topic in 2007, and because of the evolving situation in several European countries, it's very much mentioned in the compass and mentioned by Jordi. I mean. Then AI, of course. I mean, of course, AI, now we bother about AI. It was not an issue in 2007. Discoverability of cultural contents online. The NEB, sustainability, affordability, and aesthetics the quality of experience in architecture was developed from scratch. And I told you already, illicit trafficking of cultural goods. Those are new, I would say, areas. Where we've made a lot of progress, I would say, is mainstreaming, so integrating culture in other EU policies. Honestly, since 2007, that's possibly where I witnessed the most development. We now, in my team, we work with 16 Director General, and we monitor 16 policies. Sometimes it's tough, but okay, we try. Like, you know, I mean, even on energy for the cultural and creative sectors and cultural heritage, climate for the relationship between climate change and culture. So it's mainstreaming in policies, making sure those policies don't harm culture or, on the contrary, are beneficial to culture, and mainstreaming in funding, making sure that as many EU funding programs do fund culture or are accessible to the cultural and creative sectors. I would say it's a great success of the current MFF that's going to finish the 21-26. We even came up with the idea of having this culture EU funding guides. And much to our surprise, sometimes we even discovered that, you know, the agricultural policy does fund culture in rural areas, which, you know, sometimes we didn't know. So there was enough to do this whole guide. What will happen now? Mainstreaming of culture in other EU policies, I think, will remain very much visible and done. Mainstreaming in funding remains to be seen in the new MFF that is being prepared. Let's see what will happen. Another success is, I would say, is well-being and health. It was mentioned as early as 2007. We now have had an expert group on the topic in 2025 with member states. We have guidelines announced in the Compass. Fair remuneration of artists. We've had an EP resolution on the topic. We are announcing a charter. At national level, we have real innovation like a basic income. Yes, it's not enough, as you were saying, Rebecca, but still, what an innovation. The mention of culture as a public good, you know, is also more present than it was. And I will finish with, you know, for me, the missing, what's missing. Certainly there is more, but I think we don't do enough on arts education. And that's the fundamental pillar, you know, for social justice, for, you know, everyone, every kid to have access to culture and be a balanced human being. And, you know, if they don't have that discovery at school in some families or segment of societies, they may not have this opportunity. And also because we know that creativity in the new AI world will be important. I don't understand why we can't do more for arts education. That's remain a big, for me, a big insatisfaction. I'd like to see more the words cultural sovereignty or the concept developed. And finally, I think one of the limitations I've observed in our work, and we are fully part of it, is that we remain within our bubble. It's cultural people speaking to cultural people, we all agree. And the difficult conversation with ministries of finance or people who disagree, who held different political view, I don't see those conversations happening or places for those conversations. So that's my little bilan over 15 years.
Catherine, thank you so much taking us through all the cultural species appearing and disappearing. Really extensive. Thank you for that. Natalie, really quickly, because we are completely out of time, but I really want to know from you, because you're, I mean, Culture Action Europe is the intermediate. I mean, you have the access, I mean, to the sector and the people themselves. So do you think that they feel that they've been heard and that we are on the right track, let's say, in terms of where we're heading to?
Yes, good question. No, I think with the cultural compass, that is the sentiment, I would say. Now I think that most of the efforts from Culture Action Europe, but also what comes next is, of course, the MFF negotiations and what we will have for culture within the new budgetary cycle. Agora EU is something that is taking really different shapes potentially since it has been proposed by the Commission last summer. So it's important also to follow up and be really engaged to see how that develops and where it goes. You mentioned, Catherine, that yes, it's kind of bubble and how to talk also with others, especially in the context of MFF, where even if you talk with, of course, the cultural ministries across EU, we are all aligned and we are all agreeing that culture needs to have more budget and better finances, not only in Agora EU, but also in other programs of European Union. However, the decisions, unfortunately, sometimes don't necessarily always lie with the cultural ministries. So one of the actions that we are doing with our members is also really actively encouraging our members to engage directly with the ministries of finance in their own countries first and foremost, but also other ministries like foreign affairs or European affairs, depending in which country we are talking about. So this remains really important. And if the future budget of the European Union has enough investment for culture, I think then the sentiment might be that the cultural sector has been heard. Because, I mean, what we talked also about, or your initial question of like recognition, which is very important. And indeed, a few years ago, and you talked as one of the big success being mainstreaming, I think that's very important to recognize that indeed this recognition that culture contributes to so many other policy areas is really important. But what comes next is really the responsibility, no? So who is actually, responsible? Who is being asked, no? Under in which conditions? Who is being paid? We are working very closely. I mean, we are working on this topic of culture, health, and well-being at Culture Action Europe as well, and great collaboration as a starting point to bring those two sectors together. And we are supporting, with the help of the platform funding of the European Commission, also emerging artists that are starting working at this intersection of culture and health and well-being. But most of let's be honest, I mean, the most of the initiative, most of the budget for actions like this comes from culture. So there is no, balanced approach when it comes neither to taking the initiative or responsibility or investment in those collaborative partnerships. So what we would like to see is also that other sectors where culture is supposedly contributing actively, that they are also taking more active role in supporting culture and artists and cultural activities in their own budget. So that would probably be a great way forward.
Well, I think that culture and creativity, to put it in a full kind of perspective,
yes,
are present in most of productive sectors. So, yeah, we should
absolutely
see that, of course. But Rebecca, I want to come back in my favorite topic. And in Ireland, you have now extended the better income for the arts. Do you see that as a perspective for a pan-European kind of policy? And I would like to close with this one, actually.
Well, I think this is where we have to remember the EU competencies and where finance lies, perhaps. But I suppose what you're asking is, what does good look like, And I suppose when I think about the culture sector, it's defined by, freedom of expression and critical thinking. But another dimension of that is it's actually hard for it as a sector to articulate what good looked like and what the destination is. Because there's such boundless possibilities in one way. But I think actually, just to pick up on the thread about culture and health, I think we're learning an awful lot from that collaboration and that policy partnership, which is the way we talk about it in Ireland. Because I must say, acknowledge the engagement of our colleagues in the health ministry in Ireland. Again, we're only building, we're only starting, but there is an acknowledgement there of what culture can contribute to the transformation that's needed to a more holistic biopsychosocial health system, which is really important. But I suppose, yes, it's understanding what can we learn, how far can we go down the road of being able to quantify benefits and impacts, while at the same time we're never going to be like energy with our renewable energy targets or climate and our emissions targets. It's never going to be that kind of dynamic. But at the same time, I think we need to remember, rather than looking out all the time, perhaps we should look in and think about what we do know and what we have learned. When we go back to the projects and we go back to the communities of the participants and all the amazing testimony we keep getting of how positive and how beneficial it is, both for creative practitioners and for community participants, that perhaps, the knowledge is there, the understanding is there. It's how we measure that value. So perhaps the answer is closer than we think at the same time.
Okay, that's great. And this is a great closing remark, because we are out of time, and I see that the team there wants to kill me. So I'm sorry for being late within the last of the last. And thank you for being here. This discussion has been more than a waterfall. And I thank you for that, and I hope we have the opportunity to continue. We have many things to discuss. And if you want to stay, unfortunately, we don't, or maybe we have some time. No, we don't have the time. I tried. So we cannot take questions from the room, but we're going to be here, and maybe we can continue informally the discussions and network a bit more. So thank you for being here, present in the last of the last conference. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Goethe-Institut, but I think also on behalf of everyone here and everyone here representing the culture and creative sector in Europe, we want to thank you, Katrin, it was wonderful to hear what happened in the last years, and we are all really grateful for what you did, but also especially how you did it, and with everyone involved, and we want to thank you today.
Very touching, and it's an absolutely stunning bouquet. So thank you so very much.
I promise we're coming close to the end and to the bar with some beers and maybe a bit of wine and some non-alcoholic drinks. But before this, we still would like some short conclusion remarks, and then, of course, also end with thank yous, because this day could have not been possible with many, many people involved, where we turn to in a minute. But first, when Barbara is done with taking a picture, I would like to welcome her on stage for some first closing remarks from the side of the European Commission.
Yeah, that's multitasking. Cross-sectoral is not dead. Well, so what to say? Everything has been said today. I think all the wonderful achievements of this absolutely wonderful and out-of-the-box project. So, all the different peer learnings. hubs, traveling around. Please make the most out of your experience, everything that you learned, especially the young people here among us, the future of cultural policy, as you heard. Please make the most of your experiences that you gathered through the project, the schools, learning labs, and all of that, to develop, because you're the future. So we're looking to you and to the more experienced and older part of the room, like me and others. Well, thank you for being there and all this enthusiasm, because it goes through all age groups. I mean, culture inspires all age groups. And well, the Flip project brought all of this together, and thank you so much to everybody. It's not over. We'll continue in different formations. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Then I would also give the floor a little bit to our director of the Goethe-Institut here in Brussels, Julia, who also has some last remarks.
What a day. This is my biggest remark. The conference is coming to an end, and also Creative Flip is slowly coming to an end. But I think what we know after today is that there's a lot we will carry forward and we will continue. All of us here, thank you for being here and for staying till the end. I think you're all giving evidence that Creative Flip was not only a project, but it was a shared effort to strengthen Europe's culture and creative sector. And for the past 7.5 years, Creative Flip has done this support through supporting the sector to adapt and to continue supporting these transformations in our societies that we are all witnessing, and we want to be part of shaping these transformations in a way that we want to see them and in which we want to live in. So everything that has happened is amazing. We have heard a lot. Just again, over 100 learning and exchange activities, lots of tools, papers, case studies. Creatives Unite, we have heard about and seen it on screen, and we all know it. And especially the collaboration that has happened across disciplines, sectors, and borders. I liked what Joost said. It's not bouncing back, but bouncing forward. And I think this is what we want to do today. Really take this energy that is in the room to continue. One lesson for us is very clear, that resilience can't be built in isolation and through isolated actions. We depend on each other. We need each other to continue working together because the challenges we are all facing, and we have also heard this today, we need to face together. Fragmentation that was mentioned in one of the presentations today is one of the persistent issues, and I think we should tackle that jointly. What we want to highlight, 3 key priorities that we think we should move forward. This is strengthening the access to knowledge and skills, building inclusive long-term networks, and improving coordination across policy areas. The Goethe-Institut is committed to international cultural cooperation, and Katrin, you mentioned that this is an area that hasn't progressed, the international cultural relations, so challenge accepted by the Goethe-Institut and by all other players in this field. We are looking forward to continuing with this. We believe it's really important to create spaces for dialogue and exchange, to foster co-creation across Europe and beyond. Also for us, the Goethe-Institut, we have learned a lot in these 7.5 years, and we are grateful that we could implement it together with our partners, and we will carry the work forward. 3 things we want to take on, that culture ecosystems thrive when we invest not only in projects, but in people. And we have heard this a lot today also, I think. So in the skills, connections, and ability to navigate. Christine said that investing in the future rather than giving out grants. Second, what we want to continue working on is building bridges across disciplines and sectors. If we want to address these challenges of today, we need to do this united and coordinated. And third, that the European cooperation works best if it's rooted in trust and in openness and in long-term commitment. And here in Brussels, as the Goethe-Institut Brussels, we believe that we have a particular responsibility and also a great opportunity to continue facilitating these connections. The connections and networks that we have built through Creative Flip together with you, they are not ending today, but they remain part of our work, of our joint work. We do not need to prove here in this room that culture matters. We already know that it does. It was mentioned culture as a process is relevant and contribute to so much. Now we need to make sure that the conditions match the expectations, but I think this panel gave us a lot of hope with so much activity going on that this is possible in the future. Fair working conditions, better access to finance, stronger knowledge systems, and genuine cross-sector collaboration. Creative Flip has laid important foundations, and here we come back to the theme of death and life. The project is reaching its end, but the life should stand at the end. There was also culture is life, was one sentence that was said today. We want to build on these foundations that Creative Flip has made for all of us, and we want to carry this work forward and turn our ideas about Europe's creative future into reality together with everyone in this room. And this brings me to the really final point of the final conference of 7.5 years, to the big thank yous. First, to our consortium partners, IDEA Consult, European Creative Hubs Network, and Institut de la Propriété Intellectuelle Luxembourg. Thank you so much for your commitment, your expertise, and your collaboration throughout all these years. Also, I also want to thank all the culture professionals, policymakers, and stakeholders who have contributed along the way. You have given your ideas, your openness, and your trust. Thank you very much for this. To the European Commission for your support, and I think you showed the support. It's your project also, but that so many were here today, and thank you for recognizing this importance of culture in shaping Europe's future. And I want to thank the team of the Goethe-Institut for endless work and commitment. We have Charlotte Jury here. Christina Camperi, standing there. And Jan Wilker. Yeah, thank you very much. There's not more to say. Also to Bravka Jurisic, you all know her. She was here this morning. She managed the project from 2019 till 2025. Woo!
Perfect. Thank you, Julia. I would also like to add just a few more names, and then I promise the bar is waiting for you. I would, of course, like to also thank La Tricoterie for hosting us today and to replying the whole time to our last wishes and requests. I mean, it would have not been possible without them. Then, of course, to my Then, by name, my consortium partners, Vasilis, Natasha over there, Nasia, Mateusz, who work on Creatives Unite, Isabel and Ekle from IDEA Consult, Unu and Cyril from EPIL, and then, of course, also our independent experts, Sylvia here in front, Joost and Elena over there. You're an amazing team, and we could have not done it without you. we have a few more names. Because today also we had many helping hands in the background. These are our youth volunteers from the Goethe-Institut, Clara, Merit, and Sarah, and also Nadine, our intern in the cultural department today. And then of course also Christina, the right hands in making this day possible. I mean, otherwise I would have drowned probably already 2 weeks ago. So thank you so much. And then I would also like to give a shout out to Barbara Stacher. She has been the project officer since the start from the European Commission, always happy to help us. Thank you so much. Well, that's it. Let's continue the conversation over a cold drink and join us.